Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I humbly accept the high and privileged office of the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. In accepting such an honor, I want to first thank the Almighty God for His abundant grace and blessings on me and my family. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for bestowing this honor and great responsibility on me. Let me not forget Ghanaians, the Electoral Commission, all political parties, civil society organizations, the media, and more importantly, my party, the great National Democratic Congress, for proposing me to be elected to be the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Members-elect, I must say I'm so happy to all of you. And when I mean all of you, I include those who even voted against me. Except only those who tried conjuring what is no food. I will submit myself to the will of this House and pledge to serve my dear country, to serve you, and to serve all Ghanaians faithfully to the best of my ability. I will also conscientiously discharge my duties as a Speaker of this Parliament. I want to promise wholeheartedly to put at the disposal of Parliament and the country the store of knowledge, immense experience, and the huge data bank I have accumulated and accommodated over the 28 years that I have been a member of this House. As the standing order of Parliament directs, after you have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standing orders of the House. And so, before I conclude, I want to know from the leaders whether we will proceed to elect the Deputy Speakers of Parliament after we have sworn in the members. I just want to know an indication from the leaders.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Now that you have been elected as Speaker and indeed been sworn in, the Deputy Speakers must be elected from amongst members of Parliament, in that case, who have been sworn in by you. So accordingly, I'll propose to you respectfully that you do swear us in order for us to be able to elect from amongst ourselves persons to take the position first and second Deputy Speaker. The Speaker, I accordingly submit.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, we have consulted at the level of leadership and we concur, and after oath of office, we would submit to you the two candidates for first and second Deputy Speaker. I so concur with the leader.
Yes, honorable members, I'm fully aware of the procedure, but sometimes due to constraints of time, we sometimes skip the election of the deputies and do it another day. That is why I want the indication from the leaders of the House. But as your leaders have clearly stated, the intention of the House is to do that today. And so I now have the honor and singular duty to proceed to have the members of Parliament-elect sworn. In accordance with the practice of the House, you will take the oaths together as a symbolic sign of unity of this House. You may now rise in your places. You will take the oath of allegiance first, and then the oath of a member of Parliament. The oath of allegiance first. Those honorable members, I'm older than you in this House. And please go back to your standing orders and the Hansard. And you see that the practice is to take the oath of allegiance first. We have the Holy Bible, the Holy Quran, and if you are like me, our revered cross. You are at liberty to select according to your faith. And after that, you say after me, as I did before His Lordship, the Chief Justice. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established. That I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. Honorable members, we now proceed to take the oath of a member of Parliament. Again, I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established. That I will hold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of Ghana. And that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Clap. Honorable members, you are duty bound to sign the two oaths that you just taken and submit same to the table office today.
The program. Good morning and welcome to our coverage of the inauguration and swearing in of President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President-elect Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Before then, though, we had to do the swearing in of the 8th Parliament. We had the dissolution of the 7th Parliament on midnight, January 6th. But the inauguration of the Parliament took longer than expected because of a lot of unforeseen circumstances, which we will tell you all about. It's going to be a long day. We're building up to the swearing in and inauguration of President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who will take his oath of office for a second 4-year term in office on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, as well as his Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. They were elected on December 7 by the good people of this country, garnering over 51% of the popular vote cast on December 7. I'll be here throughout the entire duration of this program with my colleague Na Oyo Kote. My name is Daniel Odro. We'll also bring you all the events that happened in Parliament from 10 p.m. up until this morning. A lot of chaos, a lot of, if you like, unforeseen situations and circumstances on the floor of Parliament. Of what transpired in Parliament this morning, and also the information coming through about the election of the new Speaker of Parliament, and that has been done, and it is Alban Bagbin, who was nominated by the National Democratic Congress, who has been elected as the Speaker of Parliament for the 8th Parliament. His former majority leader and also in the 7th Parliament was the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament. We'll go back to Parliament as the MPs take their oath of office, and then we'll proceed to do the swearing in of the President later in the day.
For fighting a good fight and getting the members and getting the mandate of the electorate to represent them in this House. You are all congratulated. Having been along that path for 7 consecutive times, I know how you feel. Because you all know the saying that he who feels it knows it better. In spite of the stress, in spite of the pressures, in spite of the competitive election, nevertheless, you all sailed through, and you are here. I will take an opportunity, not now, to give a word of advice, particularly to those honorable members who have just appeared here for the first time. But I want to proceed straight away for us to elect the deputy of the Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I invite nominations for the election of the first Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, by the imperatives of Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 12 of our own standing orders, this House is required to elect 2 Deputy Speakers, which shall be known as the first and second Deputy Speakers from among members of Parliament. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I propose the Honourable Joseph Osei Owusu, a Member of Parliament for Bekwai, as the first Deputy Speaker. Consequently, Right Honourable Speaker, I move that the Honourable Joseph Osei Owusu do take the chair of this House as the first Deputy Speaker. The Speaker, the Honourable Joseph was born on 22nd January 1962 at Bekwai in Ashanti region. Speaker, I do believe that members of this House, those continuing, do know him, but those joining us may not know him. The reason why, for the purposes of the record, it is right to say one or two things about him. The Speaker, the said honourable member had his basic education at St. John's Catholic School, also at Bekwai in Ashanti region. He continued his education at Jabin Secondary School, Jabin Ashanti, was GCE honorary level, and Wenchi Secondary School, Wenchi for his advanced level certificate. He proceeded to University of Ghana, where he obtained a combined degree in law and classics in 1987. The Honourable Sewusu continued to the Ghana School of Law, after which he was called to Ghana by 1990. Since then, he has been in legal practice in different forms. The Honourable Member started his legal practice with Yalbema and Co. in Koforidua for 4 years, after which he relocated to Kumasi and teamed up with Mr. George Sapon and Abu Kwani Oseprempe to start Adom Chambers, from which he engaged in private legal practice for 9 years before he joined public service and served as Chief Executive Officer of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA, for 6.5 years. Speaker, he subsequently obtained an Executive Masters in Governance and Leadership from GIMPA in 2007. Prior to joining DVLA, Honourable Sewusu had held other leadership positions as the Secretary to the Ghana Bar Association, Ashanti Region, elected Assembly Member, the Bekwai Ashanti Region, SRC President of Ghana School of Law, and JCR President of Commonwealth of University of Ghana. After 6 years, 6.5 years at DVLA, the Honourable Sewusu resigned and contested the Bekwai seat and entered Parliament in January 2009 as an independent Member of Parliament. He was re-elected to represent the people of Bekwai from January 2013 and has been with us since then. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament for the 5th and 6th Parliaments, the Honourable Member served on a number of committees. He served on the Appointment Committee, the Road and Transport Committee, and the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, of which he was the ranking member. On January 7, 2007, he was unanimously elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 7th Parliament of Ghana. His delegation to the Pan-African Parliament as the first Deputy Speaker of the 7th Parliament, and indeed the Chairman of the Appointment Committee, which position, Speaker, officially ended with the 7th Parliament having been prorogued midnight yesterday. He was also the Chairman of the Privileges Committee and a member of the Roads and Transport Committee, among others. The Speaker, this is the member that I propose to the House as the first Deputy Speaker. I so move, Speaker.
Honourable members, any seconder?
Speaker, I beg to second the motion that the Honourable Osewusu Joseph be the first Deputy Speaker of the 8th Parliament. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege and honour to work with him as Chairman of the Committee, of the Appointments Committee. He discharges his duties with diligence. He knows his law, the principles and case law when necessary to support his argument. He also served on the Constitutional Legal Committee of Parliament, and his contribution to debate is always informed by depth. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion. He's already served this august House as first Deputy Speaker, and have discharged himself creditably, and have been very supportive of the Speaker. I beg to second the motion.
The Honourable Member for Swami, Honourable Osechi Bunsu, may now table his letter of consent.
Speaker, the honourable member submitted his letter of consent to me, but unfortunately, in the developments that ensued, looks like it cannot be traced in the confusion that ensued. Mr. Speaker, I'll make a spirited effort to retrieve it and submit it to you. Now I want to pray you to consider and indeed deem it as having been tabled in this House. Mr. Speaker, I shall submit.
Honourable Member, I understand the situation. You are at liberty to submit it later. I may allow a few months of probation, but I'll apply the rules strictly, and I may not allow too much interruptions. Honourable members, because of the learning curve, I say I may allow a few months. After that, we have to go strictly according to the rules. I already pledged to abide by your will. And you also have to pledge to abide by the mastery of the rules, practice and procedure of the House as decided by the Speaker. The rules will definitely tell you how to disagree and when to disagree with the Speaker. With that, honourable members, I want to know whether there are any other nominations. Honourable members, there being no other nomination, I hereby declare the Honourable, my own. I can say without any fear of contradictory that he was my former colleague. I now declare the honourable member for Bekwai constituency duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of this House. I now invite nominations for the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Yes, Honourable Member for Asawase.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, in line with Article 96 of our Constitution and Standing Order 12.2, arise to propose Honourable Andrews Esiama Amako to propose Honourable Andrews Esiama Amako, independent member of Parliament for Famuna constituency, to take the chair as the second Deputy Speaker of this August House. The Speaker, my colleague, Honorable Andrew Esiama Amako, is a lawyer by profession, a surveyor who has masters in conflict, peace and security that was obtained at Kofi Annan International Peace Center. He also holds MSc in Environmental Resource Management from KNUST, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, BSc Land Economy, also from KNUST, then UST. He also holds LLB in law and also a graduate from the Ghana School of Law. He was called to the bar as a bar member and as a member of the bar, still a member of the Ghana Institute of Surveyors. His work in KMA, that was Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, as a valuer, as a land officer and estate manager. He has also worked with Akosombo Chambers as legal practitioner. The Speaker, my colleague in the Service Parliament was the MPP Member of Parliament for Fomina, and in a very, very bizarre circumstances, he was dismissed from this chamber in a way that was in a Rambo style. The Speaker, he persevered. He persevered and stood as independent candidate. And because of the good work that he has done, the constituency, for those who do not know Fomina, is a traditionally conservative MPP area, still honored him by electing him as an independent member of Parliament. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that my colleague, Honorable Andrew Esiama Amako, take the chair as the second Deputy Speaker. I so propose.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I rise to second the motion moved by my colleague, Honorable Muntaka, for the office of second Deputy Speaker of Parliament to be taken by our colleague Esiama. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Esiama, independent member of Parliament for Fomina in Ashanti, is a man I personally know. We've been working colleagues. He's a lawyer. We've shared notes, we've compared notes, we've learned from each other. He's a man who is easy of address, calm in demeanor, and has demonstrated his ability to work under challenging circumstances. My respected colleague in moving the motion drew our attention to certain essential qualifications of the candidates. That is, he has studied in conflict management. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with that knowledge, I have on my mind that the opportunity given to serve in your absence, to preside over the assembly of this August House, will be worth the while. Without more, I pray that this House will so consider and elect him for the office of second Deputy Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. I thus second. Thank you.
The honorable member for Aswase, may you table the letter of consent of your nominee. Honorable members, are there any other nominations for the position of the second deputy speaker of this House? There being no other nomination, I hereby declare the honorable member for Formina constituency duly elected as the second deputy speaker of this House. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, the honorable member for Bekwai, Honorable Joseph Osei Owusu, popularly known and referred to as Joe Wise, has accordingly been elected as the first deputy speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana.
So if you just tune in, the very historic things happening in Parliament.
For Formina, Honorable Andrews Amwako,
candidate for Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumana, has won the
elected by you as the second deputy speaker of the 8th
title. So Alban is the new Speaker of Parliament. That's the 8th Parliament. He's very experienced.
For a good work done.
7
I
years
say that
will get to lead the 8th Parliament, and he was
that will guide the proceedings of this House
in the 2 deputy speakers
for
Parliament. That's the first
years.
deputy speaker, second deputy speaker. The MPP nominated the first deputy speaker. In fact, they have retained the man who was the same person who occupied the position in the 7th Parliament, which is Joseph Osei Owusu, who is member of Parliament elect, now member of as Joe Wise. The interesting though is that the independent candidate, the only independent candidate in the Parliament in the constituency, Andrew Esiama Amwako, nominated the NDC for the position of second deputy speaker of Parliament.
Particularly the leaders
Roles, and we'll see how that pans out in the 8th Parliament. I'll go back to Parliament and listen to the Speaker of Parliament.
I thank you and congratulate you for such a good work done. I am informed that we have another assignment to perform. That assignment was initially billed to take place at 11 in the forenoon. Due to the rather busy nature of the work of this House, it has had to be shifted forward to 12 noon. That activity, I know, is well known to all of you. But let me inform you that what I'm talking about is the swearing-in ceremony of His Excellency, the President-elect, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, and His Excellency, the Vice President-elect, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It has now been decided that the swearing-in ceremony will take place at 12 noon. Today, Thursday, 7th January 2021, at the forecourt of the Parliament House. I want to ask leaders whether there's any indication before I proceed to suspend proceedings of the House. And as I indicated, we'll later reconvene at 12 noon to perform this all-important function. Leaders, any indication?
The Speaker, as you have rightly observed, the House at its maiden sitting started after 10 last night. We've been here for more than 12 hours, and we may have to do some brush-ups before the commencement of the activity of the swearing-in of the President, which has to be done in Parliament. Speaker, we've taken a decision to have this within the presence of Parliament and to have the program conducted in the tent that has been constructed, as we said, the forecourt of Parliament. It requires of us to take a suspension of the sitting and to relocate the sitting of the House to the place that we have referred to. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I may want to move that this House takes a suspension of this sitting to relocate to the tent to have the President sworn in Parliament and before Parliament. Speaker, I so move.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion for suspension and to urge our colleagues and to remind them that Parliament now is properly constituted, and therefore the first step in managing our transition process and in getting President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa, Vice President-elect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia sworn before Parliament. I do agree with the leader that we allow for some break. We had to undergo this necessary to avoid a political interregnum in Ghana and for the country to have its leadership. I beg to support the leader for a momentary suspension.
Honorable members, before I suspend proceedings, my attention has been drawn to the presence of some distinguished personalities even though I don't see them at the distinguished sitting area, but I'm told that they are seated at the public gallery. Please kindly forgive us if we are not able to recognize you and formally mention your name. I have only been given two names in the persons of the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. John Boadu, and the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, in the person of Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia. As we all know, distinguished, gallant members, particularly of great importance to all of you gathered here. So on behalf of Parliament and on my own behalf, we welcome and acknowledge your kind visit. I now proceed to put the question. And the question is that this House suspends the proceedings and reconvene at 12 noon to continue with the rest of the business of the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Proceedings of the House is accordingly suspended.
Finally, the ushering in of the 8th Republic, or the 8th Parliament, I beg your pardon, has been done. This is a process we expected should have been done around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. at the maximum. But because of a lot of unforeseen circumstances in the floor of Parliament earlier this morning, it had to drag up until 10 this morning, where the Speaker was duly elected, and also the first and second Deputy Speakers of Parliament have been duly elected. They have decided to take a break and then will return to swear in President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President-elect Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. If you just join us, the news is that Alban Bagbin has been elected as the Speaker of Parliament for the 8th Parliament, beating Professor Michael Quay, who was the incumbent Speaker of Parliament during the 7th Parliament. Also, Joe Wise, Joe Osewusu, who is the MP for Bekwai, has been elected as the first Deputy Speaker, as well as the MP for Fomena, Isaac Siama, Albert Siama, I beg your pardon, has been elected as the second deputy speaker of Parliament. So very interesting dynamics there, and I indicated that he has done 28 years in Parliament. Indeed, he's gone 7 terms as a member of Parliament. He did contest the general election, was hoping nominated by the ANC as speakership and has proceeded to win election. He's a served as leader at some point, and also second that Parliament. So his experience will be needed in what many have described as a hung Parliament, even though lawmakers say the constitution and the makeup of Ghana's Parliament does not ensure that there will be a hung Parliament. So we will see and follow keenly what the former MP. Ahead of this process, he had declared his intention to sit with the MPP caucus. Now that he has been nominated by the NDC as a second deputy speaker, it would be interesting to know where he would decide to sit, and that will determine which house has the majority and which house has the minority. Don't forget that earlier last night, the NDC, when they went into the chamber, decided to go and sit at the majority side. It's a place reserved for the caucus that has the majority of members, but the NDC decided to sit at that side, given that they had the majority in Parliament. It brought about a lot of confusion about what resolved finally, and we'll also bring you a playback of beats in Parliament during the processes leading to the election of the Speaker of Parliament. We had even military intervention in that election to elect a Speaker of Parliament, something that has been condemned widespread on social media and in the traditional media. So interesting developments here. They have announced that the swearing in and the investiture of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is president-elect, and Mahamudu Bawumia, who is vice-president-elect, will take place at 12 noon at the Parliament House. There is a forecourt for them. It's a tent of sort, different, if you like, scenario from what we are used to. Usually, it would happen at the Independence Square, where he would take his oath of office administered by the Chief Justice. But because of the COVID situation, it will be done in Parliament, a special place in Parliament. It is not the first time, though. If you recall, when the late Professor Evans Atamils passed on, John Dramani Mahama was ushered in as the next president, even though he was the vice president, to see the last 6 months of the Mills's administration. He was also sworn in Parliament, if you recall. So this is not the first time a president will be sworn in Parliament. But it is interesting because this is not a situation where the sitting president had passed on, and so the vice president takes his office in Parliament House. My colleague, Naomi Kote, is with me here. We'll build up to the swearing in and the inauguration of the president at 12 noon. So we'll be here up until 12, and the events that will happen after the swearing in of the president. It's been a very long day. We're hoping that would have been done by now, because the original plan was to swear in the president at 10 a.m. But you saw everything that happened from last night. I haven't had any sleep. What do you make of all the things that have happened, the chaos that happened in Parliament?
I think it's been an interesting trail of events. I mean, the drama unfolding, an MP snatching ballot boxes, an MP destroying, the whole setup, and even it got physical. Yeah. And another interesting part was where Esla, the MP elect for Ablekuma, yes, how she sat on one of the MPs and refusing to move. Yeah. And I think it's been very interesting. I think, especially with Carlos, I think he really distorted one of the highest democratic process. Yeah. And a lot of questions have been posed on the conduct of the MP, because the past elections that happened on December 7th, we had people stealing ballot boxes and they were arrested and persecuted. The question that was asked was, is he also going to face the same thing? Yeah. Or he's going to have a special treatment, or it's just going to be behind? Yeah. Anyway, nothing will happen to him and he's not going to be persecuted or anything. That's a question that has been raised, and we are looking forward to what the authorities are going to do about it.
Right.
And another interesting thing I noticed was the presence of the military.
Right.
I mean, Parliament has its own marshals, even has a retired colonel as the head of the marshal. So why the presence of the military?
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Yeah, I thought it was strange because I mean we don't need the military to maintain law and order, especially in the House of Legislature. This is a house that ordinarily you would say is made up of very noble men of high repute who are very responsible. So you didn't need the military to come and intervene. Even in the worst case scenario, you expected the police to come and intervene because the military is not supposed to deal with civilians on that level. I mean, they're supposed to deal with external forces coming in to take over your country's independence and all of that, but not to go into the House of Parliament where you had the Chief Justice, etc., seated, and then they had to bring calm. I found that very, very strange. But these are some of the things that a fledgling democracy will go through and will correct as we go along the way, because I mean, Ghana is a beacon of hope for a lot of African countries. They look up to us. And some of the spectacle that we saw in the early hours of this morning and last night, I mean, left much to be desired. And I saw on social media somebody say, so they could have done things very smoothly and very cordially. And so why...
It took minutes.
It took minutes. And so I don't understand why it took them to be so chaotic and rancorous before coming to a consensus. It doesn't paint a very good picture of our democracy. And so these are some of the things you expect to be nipped in the bud going for. You expect the leadership of Parliament, Haruna Idrisu, Osechi Mensah-Bonsu, who are very experienced legislators, to going forward, speak to their members, because it was chaotic and it appeared that there was no leader, and it cannot be so. Yes, we understand that at that point, the Speaker of Parliament, but the Parliament should have the same powers because he's acting in the stead of the Speaker of Parliament until the Speaker is duly elected. And so some of the things we saw, very, very unfortunate. Hopefully we learn our lessons from there. But like you said, you expect that some pronouncements will be made on the conduct, especially of Carlos Ahenkra, who has a history of doing making very poor choices. Because during the COVID era, you remember he lost his job as Deputy Trade Minister because even after being declared COVID, went out
in the midst of constituents, which was very wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a lawmaker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we also get reactions from a lot of experts, and then find out what the security implications of what happened in Parliament is. My producers tell me that we've got Adib Sani on the line. Okay, Adib Sani, good morning and welcome to our coverage of this swearing in and inauguration of the 8th Parliament and President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his Vice President-elect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. What do you make of what happened in Parliament in the wee hours of this morning and even last night?
Well, it's always... And let me say...
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Good morning to yourself and your guest. I hope you...
Yes, now. I can hear you now.
Wonderful. Okay. So... I didn't hear the last part.
Okay, so I was asking you about all the that happened in the floor of Parliament last night and in the early hours of this morning. What do you make of it? Many have said it leaves a sour taste in the mouth, especially because we say we are a beacon of hope as far as democracy is concerned on the continent.
Well, indeed, even rarely sleeps at night, but until this morning to monitor two events. That is the certification of the results in the U.S. elections by Congress, and also to follow up on of Ghana's parliament. I stayed overnight up until 6 a.m. I decided to come for about 2 hours, but to only sleep for an hour because I got various media organizations wanting my take on what has happened. Well, what has happened as a dent on democracy. It is a shame. It is something that would stay in our books for infamy. It defeats the very that as a people. As a matter of fact, my dad used to tell me something when I was growing up, that how right you are. If you are confronted with a situation, the way you handle it would determine eventually whether you are right or wrong. That the unruly behavior of members, to the extent of them snatching that, is quite spoken about again. And at a point during the last election, there seemed to be a national consensus on even shooting to kill persons who snatch.
Okay. And in this point, bring the side of implement and even to appointment of speakers, what build that process is as very shameful and very dishonorable for people themselves honorable members of parliament. So we'll reconnect with Adib Sani. He's a security expert. Would give us his impression of what he makes of the military having to intervene in the chaos that happened in Parliament in the wee hours of this morning. So sometimes they get confused whether it happened or it happened this morning. The event actually started from last night. New members of Parliament, that's the because the live Parliament or if you want 12 midnight of this morning, the process in the 8th Parliament was to have been done. The election of the Speaker of Parliament, and it's a majority. There are 5 members of Parliament. You vote, and the caucus with the highest majority will just win and appoint the Speaker of Parliament. That didn't happen until after what? 6 a.m. or so this morning, where the elections was done. And in the process of the election, you had a member of Parliament snatching the ballot sheets while the counting was going on. And that's what my colleague now was intimating, whether there will be, if you like, a charge, a criminal charge against that member of Parliament for the conduct that he did. And Adib Sani also made mention of that, that there was a directive of a shoot to kill people who stole ballot boxes and ballot sheets during the last election. That's the general election. Do we have Adib on the line again? Okay, Adib, sorry, we're struggling with your line, but I suppose that we have a better line this time around. You were saying that what happened in Parliament is a blot on our democracy and would go into the history books as one of the infamous incidents in the August House.
Yes, indeed. Because obviously we have the world's attention on us. Our parliament, when you compare to other parliaments, like the Nigerian 2 chambers, even the Asians, brawls are a very common feature of their, legislatures. But in Ghana, it is something we are not used to. We are described as a shining example so far as democratic dispensation is concerned. That building you see there is not just a building. It represents our identity. It represents our principles. It represents the freedoms our forefathers fought for. Okay, it represents the rule of law. So I feel that the actions of some of the parliamentarians, the storming of the Parliament House by armed military personnel is a desecration. It is safe to say and I want this for the records, that Parliament has been desecrated, and it will take a long time. It will take a lot of effort to restore public confidence in the House once again. I don't know what went into the decision. I don't know who even made that decision to deploy armed military officers into the chamber. Look, no matter how unruly the parliamentarians were, there's absolutely no justification whatsoever for armed military personnel to be deployed into the chamber. That is wrong. That is reprehensible, and that should be criticized and condemned by all well-meaning Ghanaians. Already, there are issues with allegations upon allegations, especially from the opposition against the ruling government, about them using the military to intimidate voters, to intimidate their supporters in the voter region, using the military to intimidate their supporters at the collation centers in Techuansap and Ablikuma, and all that. So already there was deep suspicions about the role of the military in our democratic dispensation. Besides, using the military for such an exercise brings back bad memories. We know, we've been through this before. Some of us perhaps were not born, but we've read it in the books. We've been educated by our parents and our grandparents, how heads of states were paraded and shot, how judges were killed, how innocent people were killed, were flogged in the market centers by military officers. Okay? Today, we are in the 21st century. The military has a very limited role so far as our democracy is concerned. And for them to be deployed into the parliamentary chamber is something that I find very difficult to really understand. The decision is naive, the decision is irresponsible, and shouldn't even have happened in the first place. Situation within the chamber was precarious. It could have been better handled. As a matter of fact, whilst I was monitoring proceedings, I was on the phone with a senior security officer who told me that the police cannot do the work. So that is why they brought in the military. I was like, you see, we are running down the police. We are not letting the police do their work. We are politicizing the police service. Why can't they do it? Why do we pretend, fold our arms, and pretend as if the police cannot do anything? As if the police is an incompetent institution. If it is an incompetent institution, why do we continuously fund them using taxpayers' money? I think the police can do the work if they are allowed to do so. We always justify the deployment of military officers using the police cannot do the work approach. I think we've had enough. It is time we rose beyond this petty, retrogressive, archaic politics that we've reduced ourselves to.
Do you see an attempt to politicize the military? We've always bastardized the police service, that we have allowed the politicians to infiltrate and now politicize the police service. The military used to have a very high regard in the eyes of the general public, but now, with what you have said and with what many have said on social media, do you see an attempt by politicians to politicize the security service? That's the military.
Politicians will stop advertising everything. I'm sure if they had their way, they would politicize inanimate objects. Okay? There's been, approaches, made towards politicizing the security agencies, including the military. Okay? And I think it is high time officers rose to the occasion and say no to certain instructions or commands given them when they feel that this would be detrimental to the security of the state. They should stop behaving like robots. It is time they told their superiors, no, this is not right, and we are not meant to do it. And we are ready to face the consequence. But if you act like robots, whatever you do, you do, without actually thinking, without actually putting the state forward before anything else, where are we driving or sending the country towards? I think it is unfortunate. And it is time we rose beyond this or above this, infantile politics.
So, Adib, the harm has already been done, but there must be an attempt to reverse what has been done. What should be done, and which people do you expect to step forward and say, this shouldn't happen again, and we need to nip it in the bud?
Well, I think we are consciously setting a very bad precedent. And if care is not taken, would be subsidizing our democratic gains. Because, there's flagrant disregard for parliamentary, proceedings. But the opposition had to rise up the puga way to have their way. So what message or precedents are we setting? Oh, okay, it's about violence, right? If you follow due process, you might not get a fair hearing. But once you rise up and use violence means you get a fair hearing, that is not good enough. So I think that going forward, we would have to obey and follow to the letter the rule of law as enshrined in our constitutions and our statutes. The security services would have to be professional and stop behaving like robots. Okay? The president-elect would have to be a unifying force. He has a lot of work to do going forward. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be doing that. During his last State of the Nation address, I expected that at least you mentioned the 6 of our fellow citizens who died as a result of election-related violence, and assure the country of your affliction commitment to getting investigation done in an unbiased fashion, so whoever is found culpable would be brought to book. Accountability is extremely key. Justice is extremely key. But we don't see that. And that is quite, debilitating. Okay? So I'm hoping that you would be a unifying force going forward. And generally, you would realize that Ghana is sharply divided 50-50. Okay? And a lot of us have become so political that it clouds our sense of judgment, and it makes us behave like we are in the what do we call it, in the 5th century. If you go on social media, if anything happens, the first question people seek answers to, was it NDC or MPP? Once it's from your political party, you justify whatever wrong it is. I remember prior to the 2016 election, during a protest, a young man lost an eye. I went on social media, I saw NDC supporters saying he should have lost 2 eyes. He should have even died. For crying out loud, politics, you wish a brother death, you wish a brother loses 2 eyes. And recently, after the election, the people who died, you go on social media, people are justifying it. These are not just numbers, these are human beings, for crying out loud. So we need to be very fair. We need to be objective. We need to look at things from the broader picture rather than constrict it all to our political limits. Because it is not helping, it is retrogressive. And it defeats the very ideals we represent.
Adi, before you go, what's your layman's understanding of what Carlos did in the floor of Parliament by snatching ballot sheets during the election for the Speaker of Parliament? We know that during the main election, the general election, somebody was prosecuted for snatching a ballot box. Would the same laws apply, or because he's a member of Parliament, you think that he will be left off the hook?
Someone was shot. As a matter of fact, someone was killed around Kanswa at the last election for snatching a ballot box. What he did is wrong. It cannot be justified. Look, let's pretend for once we are Ghanaians and not NDC or MPP, because we are Ghanaians. Okay? Look at things from the broader view. What he did, you think it is right? What message does it send about us, to the children, to our external partners? Are we in an animal kingdom? Of course, it cannot be justified. He doesn't just have to be condemned. He has to be punished for what he did. Because if you don't punish, if you don't make an example of him, trust me, you'll be setting a very dangerous precedent, and tomorrow another person will do the same thing, hoping he would also be left off the hook. We cannot afford to let things continue the way they are. It is a shame.
Okay. Finally, before you go, how do you foresee the security arrangement for the swearing in of the president, especially because of everything that has preceded his swearing in later this noon?
Well, there's a standard practice that is followed worldwide. During inaugurations, you clear the bins, the waste bins around the vicinity. You check into hotels, make sure new persons have not checked in and behaving in a manner that doesn't add up. You establish security perimeter layers around the vicinity. You get snipers positioned at vantage points. You subject all visitors to metal detector checks, etc. I think all this can be done without necessarily allocating 6,000 officers. That is way too much. But going forward, it is also important to recognize that the stakes are high in Parliament, and MP security should be paramount. The government should take immediate steps to ensure that MPs are very well, protected, and the MPs themselves, that is even the bulk of the, work, should also be proactive towards, ensuring their personal security, improve the security systems around their residence, install CCTV cameras, alarm systems, follow certain security protocols. You don't have to park outside your house, step out of your car whilst it is running, go open the main gate. Then, they should install automated gates. I'm sure they have the financial capacity to be able to do that. The late night runs, the shortcuts at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., rather than the main roads. I think it is important they are educated so they get to understand some of these processes. And going forward, I think there's a need for more officers to be recruited into the Ghana Police Service. The ratio is not good enough, and it's sharp contrast to the UN specification. We need to invest more in human security. Journalists would have to be protected, especially in the face of the myriad of threats that have been received against some notable journalists in the country, because protecting the media is protecting our democracy. I think the president has a lot more work to do going into the future so far as security is concerned. The terrorism threat is very real. Our cyber security threat, the cyber security threat is also real. For the first time in the history of Ghana, we have a cyber security advisor to government. They should collaborate with the various agencies like the National Signals Bureau, formerly known as the Bureau of National Communication, the National Communications Authority, the Ministry of Communication. So collaboratively, we can build institutional capacity in terms of human resource, in terms of infrastructure to counter the threats. We need to improve the security situation by digitalizing crime and investigation. Currently, for the past 3 years, crime has been on the ascendancy. It means we are not getting something right. I think a lot more work has to be done. But most importantly, and I say this over and over again, most importantly, security management reforms is key. Honorable Kandapa, Albert Kandapa, the National Security Minister, I think has not shown the right level of competence, the right level of commitment towards improving the general security of the state. He has exhibited gross incompetence so far as managing the security of the state is concerned, with specificity to what happened at Ewas West Wogod and the Western Togoland issue. He has to be replaced. In fact, he doesn't have to be reappointed. We need a much more competent hand to move forward as a country.
Adib, thank you very much for your insight on the current happenings in the Parliament of Ghana and the general. I'm sure we'll talk as the president takes his oath of office and takes his second term of office. Thank you very much. We're grateful for your time. Adib Sani is a foreign policy and security expert, and he's joined us over the last several minutes discussing the chaos that happened in Parliament last night and in the wee hours of this morning. If you, for some reason, slept off, you have missed a lot in terms of the dissolution of the 7th Parliament, the inauguration of the 8th Parliament, and the build-up to the swearing in of the President-elect, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and Vice President-elect, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. It is 10:55. The Parliament, which is now duly constituted, that's the 8th Parliament, has announced that the swearing in of the President will take place at the forenoon, that's later today. The earlier announced time was 10 a.m., I believe, but like we have already told you, the chaos, the pandemonium that happened in Parliament has ensured that we cannot do it at 10 a.m., so we'll do it at 12 noon. And we have a little over an hour before the President takes his oath of office. If you're also just tuning in from any part of the world, the news is that the NDC candidate for the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, has won the race to become the Speaker of Parliament for the experienced legislator. Has gone many years in Parliament. In fact, the last elections was his 7th. He didn't contest the 2020 election, but before, though, he had gone 7 elections as the Member of Parliament for Nadoli Kaliu. And he's very good friend with the leader of the MPP, Osechi Mensah Bones. In fact, Bagbin was struggling to hold on to his seat before the 2016 election. Osechi Mensah Bones went to Nadoli Kaliu to campaign for Alban Bagbin. So they are very good friends, have very good respect for each other. But it will be interesting to note that the Speaker of Parliament is on the, if you like, not part of the ruling party. So Nana Akufo-Addo is an MPP candidate. Then you have Alban Bagbin as an NDC member. So don't forget that the hierarchy of the presidency is such that in the absence of the Vice President will act as President. In the absence of the Vice President, the Speaker of Parliament would act as President. This is why this is important and it's interesting for the democracy that we continue to grow. I still have now Yukote here with me. It's been a long day. We're here to catch some sleep, but we will do in the course of the day as we finish swearing in the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He's now President-elect, by the way. So as we speak, the acting President of this country is the Speaker of Parliament. Before his swearing in, the Chief Justice was acting as the President, because now we don't have a President. The first term of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ended midnight this morning, and so he's no more the President. He'll be sworn in the next 1 hour or so. Make of Adib Sani's reading of the security implication, the attempt to the security, the military, to be specific, because the police, many have said, has been infiltrated by political apparatchiks and political activists, but the military, we always held them in high regard, that they were no nonsense, they were prim and proper. But before I come to you, I'm told that our own Ben Efson is joining us on the line. Mr. Ben Efson is one of Ghana's foremost posters. He had predicted a win for Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo before the December 7 elections. But I'm not sure what happened in Parliament is something that he predicted. Good morning and welcome to the show, Mr. Ben Efson.
Good morning to my fellow panelists and your listeners.
Yeah, it's been an interesting last 12 hours or so with all the happening in floor of Parliament. What do you make of what happened in Parliament, the confusion of the NDC sitting at the majority caucus's place, and then all the chaos that happened and preceded the election of the Speaker of Parliament?
Well, I think that the makeup of the leadership of the House reflects the state of the parties at the parliamentary level. Clearly, one of the reasons that the NDC was insisting that they stick by the rules of people voting in secret, I believe was because I'm sure they had done their groundwork and they knew that maybe somebody will not vote. But the man they've chosen as the speaker, yes, NDC proposed, but I must be honest that even John Mahama knows that the man who is the speaker is a very fair person. When Mahama was president, Bagbin took Mahama on. This is how fair the man is. And I'm sure because it's Bagbin, maybe one or two members of the MPP in Parliament decided to vote for Bagbin. Because when Mahama was president, Bagbin took him on openly, not privately. So the man is a fair person who I'm sure will bring balance. And I think that it reflects the state of seats in Parliament. I mean, one thing which is clear is that I doubt if we are going to have President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Mahama, the two of them ever traveling out. Because once they're out of the country, Bagbin becomes acting president.
But you made mention of the fact that Bagbin is fair, and because he took on Mahama when Mahama was president, it presupposes that he will be fair to both sides of the house. My question to that was, wouldn't you say it was because at the time he had presidential ambitions and then actually went on to contest Mahama for the presidential slot?
Yes, you see, what I'm saying is that Bagbin, after leading contest, this has been the longest. Yes, he has presidential ambition. But the point is that this, I'm sure if it had been any other person, I don't think that NDC would have won the speakership. Once it's Bagbin, I told a few friends that I have a funny suspicion that, because the NDC themselves knew that for those who have been in Parliament, they knew that Bagbin cuts across in terms of being balanced. And if it had been any other person, I doubt if the NDC would have been able to get their nominee as the speaker.
Okay, so for me, what is interesting is that you can interpret what has happened in maybe two broad folds. You could say it's in for our democracy because members of Parliament have a mind of their own. So irrespective of the candidature of their political parties, they voted what their conscience told them was right. But could you also interpret it as a rebellion against the party? In this case, you say the MPP because they felt they had the numbers to have elected the Speaker of Parliament. Okay, I'm told that Benevson has left us, or his attempt and get him back on the line, because the conversation is very interesting. That's what I was prepping you to, that it is interesting because Bagbin is the third in line to be president, the vice president, which is why he is quite interesting. But like Mr. Efson said, those who have been in Parliament know how fair and how astute Alban Bagbin is as a lawmaker and as a person, and so he expects that there will be fairness in the proceedings of Parliament as far as the 8th Parliament is concerned. If you just join us, this is our icing on the cake as far as our election coverage is concerned. But I'll continue that. Mr. Benevson has rejoined us on the phone lines. Uncle Ben, I was mentioning that while you can interpret this development as good for our democracy, if you are an MPP member, you would be asking which member was bold enough to rebel against the top hierarchy of the party, because the party had nominated Professor Okwe as the candidate.
Well, once voting was in secret, I don't know if right here there was even a rejected ballot.
Yes.
You understand? Yes. So if now Ghanaians will understand that, I'm sure that person who did the rejected ballot was to ease his conscience that he didn't vote for Bagbin, but he also didn't vote against the MPP nominee. Do you understand? I'm sure the rejected ballot was clearly a deliberate act to reduce the MPP one by. You know, for example, the Asin North, one of the reasons, I think that a few people have tried to compare the Asin North with the Techuman South. I believe that one of the, perhaps, I haven't seen the full ruling, is that the Asin North NDC MP elect, his renunciation that he sent to the EC was in late November. Now, late November, you would have filled your form to the EC. So at the time he was filling his form, he still had dual citizenship. And I suspect it could be like the Adamu Sakande one, late Adamu Sakande, may he rest in peace. Because filling your form to the electoral commission, knowing that you were of double, he could be in trouble for the seat of a public officer. So let's see how that plays out. And I'm sure you also realize that both NPP, NDC, both of them, I think, are challenging about 4 seats in the courts. So I'm sure maybe in the next few months, the courts would take a decision on some of the seats that have been gazetted.
The other question, though, is do you suspect that the MPP knew something like this will happen, for which they didn't favor the secret ballot, which in the end brought the chaos in Parliament, because the NDC had insisted on the secret ballot. The MPP didn't want that to happen. Per your reading, you suspect that they knew something like this was going to happen?
But by the NDC was going to insist, by the rules, it had to be, and I had heard that the NDC had made certain overtures to some of the MPP MPs. Some had reported to the leadership, and they didn't know others who would not report. And the NDC knew that if they were not going to insist on secret balloting, the person who had promised either to spoil his or her ballot will not be able to do that. They will see it as a deliberate act. So the insistence of the NDC on the rules, I think that they've made some background work, and this was what was going to happen.
Is it easy for a political party like the MPP to manage to fish out the one who, quote unquote, what's the word? Abandoned them or neglected them? Yes, betrayed them. That's the word I was looking for. Yes.
Oh, I think that would be impossible. It would be impossible.
It will be impossible. Do you think they will look at the Formina man with a different eye? Would they suspect him? I think we've lost Mr. Ben Efson on the line. We'll try and get him back. Mr. Ben Efson has a wealth of experience as far as Ghana's elections and the proceedings in Parliament are concerned. But we'll stay on the phone lines. We'll go to Parliament House, where our head of political desk, Lord Edua Sari, will join us with updates from what's happening there. We are less than an hour away from swearing in the President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his Vice President-elect Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and we've been speaking extensively about the chaos and the happenings in the floor of Parliament before the dissolution of the 7th Parliament and then before the inauguration of the 8th Parliament, the election of the Speaker of Parliament and the 2 Deputy Speakers. And I'm here throughout this program with my colleague, now you call. Ben says there's no way MPP will find out who betrayed them. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure they would find out. It depends, but I'm not sure the person is ready to speak out unless maybe he confides in another MP and says, look, Charlie, you know, that thing. But I like Ben Efson said, Alban Bagbin is the right person to be in Parliament. I mean, he has a wealth of experience, 28 years in Parliament. He's an old folk in Parliament, and I'm sure he's not the only one who shares the same sentiments. I went on social media, and quite a number also agrees with Ben Efson, and I have a couple of them here. I'm going to read them out. Okay. There's one that says, "Congrats to Alban Bagbin. Still, these MPs are a big shame, condemning the acts of the MPs." And then someone says, "Ghana's forward march is now solely or partly in the hands of the man from Sombo, Alban Bagbin. It feels surreal that we have an NDC speaker and an NPP president. So help him God. Congratulations to the Skirt and Blouse Association." Another said, "Alban Bagbin appears very comfortable in the seat and has hit the ground running. Man knows his stuff when it comes to Parliament." And there's another interesting one that says, "You got to love our politics and democracies." Rolling on the floor. The person was rolling on the floor laughing. But I want to move on to what Adib said about the presence of the military in the August House, that is the Parliament. And to add on to what he said, I think government should allow institutions to work independently, as well as personnel from those institutions also discharge their duties accordingly. Now we have the primary duty of the police service in Ghana to maintain law and order, as well as protect people and property. You know, but then we had, and the military is to serve as reinforcement, aside their primary duty being protecting the nation from external forces. But now we had the military coming in when there was chaos and disruption in the Parliament
House. Police station in Parliament.
Exactly. And we had I saw some police personnel in the chamber or in the chambers, but I don't know why they had to come in. And for the past years, we've had government deploying military services, and I think it's not cool. Even though maybe to them, I don't know their reason, but to them it serves as a form of reinforcement. But in my view, the presence of military is something different. It causes fear and panic, sort of. It blows slight things out of proportion. I mean, I believe the police could have controlled whatever happened, but we had the military coming in. And I'm sure it's one of the things that agitated the opposition. Why would you have the opposition coming in? So I think the government must look at that. Another concern I have is, do you think there's going to be a hung parliament?
There's no way there will be a hung parliament because the numbers are not.
But what if there is?
I don't think there will be, because there will always be one person who changes the dynamics. So as it stands, you have 137, 137. And so that one person would ensure, you could say, a near-hung parliament. I mean, according to those who know the workings of Parliament, they say you cannot call it a hung Parliament because the only way it's a hung Parliament is when they are equal. But of course, loosely, you can say this is a hung Parliament because even in instances where you don't have an overwhelming majority, maybe a majority of 10 MPs more than the other person. But in this instance where you have just one person, swaying the place where the majority sits and the minority sits, it becomes fair, loosely, to say that this is a parliament. No matter what I said, I know technically this is a young parliament, but in the loose term of the word, this is the closest parliament we have had in the history of, if not the Fourth Republic, in the history of our democracy. So it is a close parliament where even when somebody is sick and there must be a vote, it becomes difficult. Exactly. Don't forget, the majority of ministers appointed from Parliament, and their jobs, ministers will ensure at some point travel.
Exactly.
Travel, and there must be a vote. Happen.
There's going to be a lot of negotiations.
Of course, and that's what must happen. That's what the Ghanaian people want.
Yes.
That there must be a lot of negotiations to serve the best interests of the citizens and the country. When you have an overwhelming majority, or one caucus have an overwhelming majority, Parliament literally becomes a rubber stamp. They just say, yeah.
And that is it,
And
whether
that's
it's
it.
good
Or bad. So,
yeah.
if you are purist, this is good for our democracy. This is what the Ghanaian people want, that you need to work together and ensure that the best interest of this country is served. So, contentious bills like the PDS, like the Ijapa royalties, would not happen in this parliament, because you would definitely have a proper scrutiny of the document. And when it is put to a vote, it will be more closer than it is. In the past, you have the minorities staging a walkout because they know that if it comes to a vote, they will lose anyway.
Yes.
So they want, the only way they can be heard is when they stage a walkout. This time it won't be like that. So it is good for our parliament, and it's interesting also because you have a Speaker of Parliament who is on the opposition side. So
yes.
quite interesting.
Yes.
Quite interesting. This is our coverage, or our continuous coverage of the 2020 general election. This is the icing on the cake. We were here on December 7 on election day to bring you action from the grounds when over 16 million or so Ghanaians went to the polls to elect a president and some 275 members of parliament. We proceeded to give you 2 days of collation and election declaration by the Electoral Commission, which happened on December 9th, 2020. And this is the icing on the cake, where the dissolution of the 7th Parliament was done after midnight, before midnight, I beg your pardon. And then the inauguration of the 8th Parliament was done this morning. And in the next couple of minutes, we would crown it all with a swearing in of the President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his Vice President-elect Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. They will serve for another 4-year term, and President Nana Akufo-Addo can no longer be president because the Constitution of Ghana mandates or stipulates that a person can only be president for 8 years, either continuously or separately. So that's the news coming in there. If you just join us, the news also is that Alban Bagbin is the new Speaker of Parliament, a man with a wealth of experience. He's 64 years old, is a lawyer by profession, has been majority leader in the past, and in the 7th Parliament, which was dissolved a few hours ago, he was the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. So he's elevated from Deputy Speaker of Parliament to now the Speaker of Parliament. He takes over from Professor Mike Okwei, who many say had lost the physical attribute to marshal a near-hung Parliament. So maybe that's why a member of the MPP actually voted for the NDC candidate, that's Alban Bagbin, to become the Speaker of Parliament. So it's a conversation that will last for the next several days. Who in the MPP decided that, in his opinion, Alban Bagbin is better than Professor Michael Okwei, even though the party, the MPP party, had put forward Michael Okwei as the candidate that they believe will serve their best interest if he was elected the Speaker of Parliament. I am sure there will be an inquest from the MPP to attempt to find out who this Judas Iscariot is. As to whether they will be successful or not, it's a different conversation altogether. But when the declaration was made, when it became apparent that Alban Bagbin was Speaker of Parliament, or was going to be the Speaker of Parliament, you could see the shock on the faces of the MPP members of Parliament when the pictures were rolling. They were stunned because they didn't believe this was going to happen. Again, a lot of groundwork. If this election was done via secret ballot as stipulated by the standing orders of Parliament, we're going to win the Speaker of Parliament race. And started, the chaos that it brought was because the initial voting for the Speaker of Parliament, when the MPP guys vote, they show it to their members to demonstrate that I have voted for our candidate. And that's what occasioned the chaos, because the MDC decided that that was not the lay-down procedure, and that they insisted on the lay-down procedure, which is a secret ballot. And after a lot of chaos, that was done, and during the counting and collation of the result, Mr. Carlos Ahinkra, who is a member of Parliament for Tema East, I think, snatched the papers and the sheet and was running out of the chamber. He was accosted by the member of Parliament for Asawase in Parliament, Muntaka Mubarak, and he took over the sheet and brought it back to the chamber for the counting to be done. In the end, the NDC candidate Alban Bagbin won the Speaker of Parliament race. So that's the dynamics over there for you. I think we have Lord Eduasai, our head of political desk. Okay, he's not on yet according to my producers. So we're building up to the swearing in. On your screens, you see some of the altercations that happened during the counting process. If you go on social media, people have identified the scenes leading to the chaos when Carlos Ahinkra snatched the papers. They say there was a conversation between the leader of the MPP, that's Chairman Sabonsu, and Carlos Ahinkra in the minutes leading to him snatching the papers, which suggests or pre-suggests that he was instructed by Honorable Chairman Sabonsu to do what he did. We cannot independently verify that claim, but there is a video that you can attribute to that, where Carlos Ahinkra was in a tete-a-tete with Mensa Bonsu in the seconds leading to him snatching the sheet from the clerk of Parliament. So that's the information there. A few people are sending us messages asking when the swearing in of the president will be done. We can confidently tell you that the swearing in of the president will be done at 12 noon. That's in the next what? The next 39 minutes or so is only 11:21, I believe. And so in the next 39 minutes, thereabouts, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will be sworn in for his second term of office. He defeated the NDC presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama. There is a pending election petition where John Mahama believes that the figures of the Electoral Commission do not add up. And he is not saying he's won the election. He says that per the statistics and the numbers put out by the Electoral Commission, he believes, and his party believes, the best outcome or the worst case scenario would have been a runoff in the presidential election. That election petition would be heard in the next couple of days and then would find finality. But the election petition does not stop the swearing in or the inauguration of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as president-elect for this country. Don't forget that the rules of the Supreme Court have changed, especially in the build-up to the 2020 election. You remember or you recall that in the 2012 election petition, it took almost 9 months before a determination of the case was made. But this time around, we are going to have only 42 days for a judgment to be made as to whether or not the NDC candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has a case that the election was rigged in favor of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He says there were multiple cases of vote pardon in some electoral areas. The NDC also believe that they won majority seats in Parliament. They are contesting the Techiman South seat, which they say collation was not done, and yet the EC declared the result in favor of the MPP candidate, and so they are challenging that. There are a few legal contestations as far as the parliamentary seats and constituencies are concerned. If you recall, even before the inauguration of the 8th Parliament, there was an injunction on the member of Parliament-elect for Asin North, right? Asin North. So there was an attempt not to swear him in, but after a lot of chaos in Parliament, they agreed that he was going to be sworn in and that the repercussions of the outcome of the court case will be solely placed on his foot. Let's go to Parliament House, where our head of political desk, Lord Eduasari, has joined us via phone. He's standing by with a lot of political actors. Lord, good morning and welcome to the show. What's happening in Parliament in the few minutes leading up to the swearing in of the president?
Good morning, Daniel. So, ideally, we've been told that the ceremony will start at 12.
Right.
But as it stands now, a lot of arrivals happening now. I have to meet the MP for Ediso and MP for Proceedings. Mr. Gentleman, you are in white.
Yes.
Give me further details about that.
Well, we just got sworn in as members of Parliament for the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
But one would say because of the happenings that happened today, maybe because I realize that a number of the MPs, apart from the members of Parliament of the NDC who were all in white, if you're in white, you don't think I feel like you're on their side, Anna?
Well, the announcement was wear traditional, so some chose to wear kente, and that's why you are not seeing too many white.
Okay.
But it's a white day, it's a victory day. For us, it's a memorable day of being sworn in as a member.
Okay.
I think that's the reason why I wore white.
Okay, let's talk about some of the issues that happened in the House today. A lot of were quite unprecedented.
Yeah.
What was your...
Well, at the end of the day, there was a vote. Unfortunately, the majority side could not carry the day because some of those gospels and all that. So we needed to do a compromise, give the NDC the speaker, and then the majority side first deputy.
Let's talk about the fact that one of your colleagues snatched the ballot box, attempted to run away with it. What was that about?
Well, the whole atmosphere in the room a bit unfortunate because at the point the were snatching the ballot boxes and creating all kinds of things. So it was what he did was not out of place. I mean, it was something that was going on in the room. All very unfortunate.
I see. Let me just go to Honorable Amma. What was going through your mind when the Member of Parliament for Femina, Honorable Isiama, was nominated as the second?
Well, I mean, if you look at the rules governing selection of deputy speaker, it's very clear that you cannot get second deputy. If you had the Parliament, the MPP had the first deputy speaker, proper, that the second deputy speaker goes to another entity. And in this Parliament, independent candidate aside the NPP and NDC. So I think it's fair.
When you look at the way everything played out, how did it come up to you? I mean, we had the situation where there was so much commotion in the house for an guest house such as that. What should you make of it?
For me, my first time of going to Parliament.
Yes.
And I think that was an unwelcome experience.
You could say that, yeah.
Getting to Parliament for the first time, seeing what is happening. It's quite unfortunate. I think that people had taken entrenched position, particularly our brothers from the NDC, had a certain posture of ensuring that whatever plan that they had taken prior to investment, certain as far as they are. And so there was very little room for them to accept other opinions and consideration from the majority.
Okay.
There was serious disagreements, one relating to the injunction by the king Junction member of parliament elect from being in parliament. The clerk of parliament who was served made a pronouncement to the extent that there's a stranger. The combined effect of this statement is that there's a stranger in the house who cannot be allowed to sit in. I think that the subsequent conversation that went resulted in changes in the procedures and that well kind of agitation. When you have every kind express their position and more forcefully and wanting their positions accepted, we're likely to see this happening. We have never seen such kind of. So, hey, they are not in normal time.
Thank you so much for speaking with us, Prince Amma. Prince Amma is a member of parliament for Meeting. He's a first timer at that. We asked. Okay. Right, Daniel. So back to you in the studio. We're still here, and several guests are still coming in.
All right, Lord, if you can give us an overview of the security situation and what we are to expect ahead of the swearing in of the president-elect at 12 noon.
Well, like we earlier told, about 6,000 security operatives have been dispatched to the Parliament House, where the inaugural ceremony of the president-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is to take place. Generally, as it stands now, many guests are coming in. Majority of them being invited guests, and then the members of Parliament of the New Patriotic Party. A few members of the National Democratic Congress are still coming in. So generally, I caught up with some members of both devices to discuss some of the issues or some of the developments that happened in the house. In the wee hours, we had the election of the majority speaker. We had the Speaker of Parliament a good turn, and so there's been a lot of surprises. But I spoke to Mr. Gabi Oshidakun, a lead member of the party, who said a lot of the things that happened were unprecedented. Some of it surprised him, and although he didn't get his choice, he still decided that he would go with a parliamentary choice.
All right, Lord. What's your understanding of the NDC nominating the MP for Fomena, Andrew Esiama Amwakon, as the second deputy speaker? Does that change the dynamics of where he will sit, or which caucus he will sit with, or he will still sit with the MPP? Have you picked up any information as far as that is concerned?
I'm still snooping around to get that information, but generally the members of Parliament of National Democratic Congress that I spoke to noted that because as the House demands, once the deputy speaker of the House will come from one party, both parties cannot have two representatives there. So it was just right that the Fomena MP, who is standing as the independent candidate, will be, as it were, nominated for the second deputy speaker. I'm yet to find out which side he will sit, because he can't be by himself as it stands.
So what other thing can you tell us? Have the invited guests started arriving? We were told that by the foreign ministry that as many as 12 presidents will grace the inauguration or the swearing in of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Have you cited any of the dignitaries at this point?
Well, before I got here, a number of them, I'm told, had already arrived. I mean, all 12 heads of states from the African countries have arrived. We had heads of state from Gabon, Liberia, Guinea-Bissau, and a few more others who have already arrived. As it stands now, I've seen more envoys coming in. We are expecting an envoy from the United States, as well as the AU commissioner, the chairperson of the AU commissioner.
Okay. What can you tell us about the media arrangements? There was a lot of back and forth as to how to cover this proceedings. What's the latest as far as the coverage is concerned?
So I don't know whether it's because the event is yet to start. Assistant, well, we are still having guests arriving, but a media village was created for all media personnel to be, and then a different setup was was made for the main event itself. But as it stands now, let's take it through. You will see that a lot of the media personnel have set up and are taking shots and videos of everything that is happening. So we don't know whether when it's time they'll be made to move to the media village, which is right ahead of me. I think it's pretty scattered because several media houses are doing some are doing interviews, others are taking photographs and whatnot. Earlier we were told that this place is going to be cordoned off. It's not something to be available to media personnel. I think that we can't enter the inaugural, the space where the inaugural ceremony is happening itself. My understanding is that because it's yet to happen, we can do some the media village where the and we do our operations from there.
Okay. Before you go, Lord, where are the MPs now? It's been a very long day. They've spent more than 12 hours in the chamber and they've taken a little break. What's your understanding? Where are they going to? Are they going to freshen up and return for the swearing in? What's the procedure going to be like?
Yes, a lot of them look upbeat, sleepy even. So as it stands, many of them are just going to freshen up and come. A few people that I spoke to gave me that information. Sorry. I see the finance minister of the Akufo-Addo government, Honorable Ken Okoyata, is just arriving. He's having some conversation with certain envoys from where I stand. But yes, generally, a few MPs who are still strong enough, but they have made their way to the venue, but many others are yet to arrive. And so initially, we got some information that the members of the National Democratic Congress, the MPs from that divide, may not be attending the event. But when we spoke together, they were entirely about it. So as it started, we know exactly how that will pan out.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lord. Well, less than 30 minutes before that all-important swearing in of the president-elect, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. So that's our head of political desk, Lord Edua Sare, who is in Parliament and will bring us all the latest information as far as the swearing in of the president-elect and his vice president-elect is concerned. One thing that will keenly follow is whether or not these members of Parliament would attend the swearing in, because in the last couple of hours and days, there were speculations that because of the election petition and their belief that this is a stolen verdict, they may not attend the swearing in of the president. But seeing that they have won the speakership race in Parliament, it will be interesting to see whether or not they would attend the swearing in of the president. Don't forget, sworn in, Edrusu proceeded to make a speech and said that Parliament has been duly and rightfully constituted, and that the president-elect and the vice president-elect can now be duly sworn in to take their oath of office and then assume office for their second term in office. So we'll keep a keen and eagle eye on that development. Less than 30 minutes away, we would see if the NDC MPs, I beg your pardon, would attend the swearing-in ceremony of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. My name is Daniel Ojo. The inauguration of the Parliament and the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect of Ghana. That's the 8th and the 4th Republic of this country. We're almost getting to the end of it. Once they start the swearing in, we're going to take the feed. But what do you make of assessments? The people he spoke to, it was a new member of parliament who said it was an unfortunate, if you like, baptism of fire for him because he's a first-time MP. How do you expect the swearing in to go after all the skirmishes that happened in parliament?
Okay, so I think I would say you are doubting whether the NDC would come for the inauguration. But for me, I think they are content with what they have right now, having their member be the Speaker of Parliament. And I'm sure they are going to attend the inauguration and how things will go. And I'm also pleased that we've had the head of states being patient enough to wait up to 12 o'clock. That is 2 hours after the speculated time or the time that was set for the inauguration. And for the new MPs, it wasn't a good welcome note for them. I'm sure there'll be one. Is this what happens? Yes. And I hope they do not take that behavior from their seniors. I think they should also they should try as much as possible to set good examples. And I think they shouldn't follow the crowd, because especially with decision making in parliament. So we have my party, one party deciding on a certain bill or something coming for the nation. But because I'm with this party, I have to agree. I believe they are going to be condescending and they are going to make the right choices and not just follow the trend or the mass. I think they should be able to critique despite their position in parliament or the party they belong to. Yes, but I think they should study what goes on in parliament. Maybe they've been following the processes from TV or their homes, but now that they are members of parliament, first and foremost, they have to think about the interest of the people who voted for them. That is the constituents of their constituencies. They should study the processes in parliament and be able to have a better understanding of the processes that goes on for better decision making. But our producer is telling me that our head of political desk, Lord Edward Sari, had an earlier interview with James Algaga, Member of Parliament for Bielsa North, and we are going to show it to you right now.
How do you feel about everything? Well, my feelings are mixed. First of all, I'm happy that candidate we proposed, I'm talking about the NDC caucus in Parliament, proposed for the position of Speaker, emerged victorious at the end of the day. So I'd like to use this opportunity to congratulate Alban Bagbin, the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic, for emerging victorious in a very tight contest. But I said my feelings are mixed because before he was declared victorious, so many things happened, which for me was very unfortunate. First of all, you noticed that there was some attempt to violate the constitutional provision on the process of electing officers. The Constitution stipulates that the election of the Speaker must be by secret ballot. Unfortunately, some subtle attempts were made by the MPP caucus to violate that rule. That actually forced the NDC caucus to resist the attempt to violate the principle.
Are you referring to the snatching of the?
No. I'm talking about the voting itself.
Okay.
And the attempts that were made to violate the constitutional rule, which requires that voting be done secretly.
Okay.
Some attempts were made to violate that principle, and so that was what actually brought about the initial resistance.
Okay.
And so what eventually resulted in the invasion of the chamber by the military and police personnel.
Yeah, that
was a direct result of the attempt to violate the and police invaded the chamber for the first time in the history of this country.
Yeah.
And I think that behavior of the military, whoever deployed them, was terrible. It was an assault on our democratic experiment and should never ever repeat itself. So for me, that was a low point in the processes that led to the election of Honorable Alban Bagbin as the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament.
All right. But what did you make of the snatching of the box by?
Absolutely, that is another low point. That is another low point. A member of Parliament, in an attempt to subvert the will of the majority of members of Parliament, decided.
That was our head of political desk, Lord Edward Sari, in an interaction with James Algaga, Member of Parliament for Bilsa North. And he was asking him about the chaos or the commotion that happened in the Parliament House at midnight. And what James Algaga mentioned was that he was excited that at least the MPP has a representative as Speaker in Parliament in the person of Alban Bagbin, and he was hopeful that decision-making would be easier and fair in Parliament. He also mentioned the instances that led to the agitation in Parliament prior to voting for a Speaker in Parliament. And according to him, the actions by the MP for Tema West, Carlos Ahinkran, violated the constitutional rule that voting should be done in secrecy. Earlier, my colleague Daniel Odro mentioned that some NPP MP members showed their votes to their colleagues in Parliament, and that violated the constitutional rule that voting for a Speaker in Parliament should be done in secrecy. He also described the actions by Carlos Ahinkran as a low point, being a legislature that it was wrong of him to disavert the will of the majority Parliament. Make of what James Algaga also mentioned to our political desk head.
I think he basically confirms what everybody has been saying, that irrespective of which side of the house you are on, what Carlos Ahinkra did was uncalled for, was very dishonorable, and it's something that going forward we need to disencourage or not encourage, because we expect some form of punishment to be meted out to him to serve as a deterrent to other people. And I'm happy that he make mention of that. And it doesn't matter whether he's NDC or his MPP. There are people even on the MPP side who have condemned this act, because look, this is being displayed to the whole world, and it doesn't speak well of us and doesn't speak well of our democracy. Yes, I know even in America, which is the foremost democracy in the world, they have their own challenges, but we bring hope to a lot of African countries, and some of these things do not augur well for our democracy. But one thing you need to know is that this is the first time since 2008 that we're going to have a president being sworn in for a second term, because since 2008, unfortunately, for one reason or the other, we've not had any president go for 2 terms. Since 2008, former President John Evans Atamels, may so rest in peace, took over the reins but passed on in 2012 before John Dramani Mahama took over the reins from 2012 up until 2016, where he also lost after his own first term in office. So this is the second time. This is the only time since 2008 that you have one person or a certain president going for a second term after John Ejekun Kufuor did it in 2000 and 2008. So that's a bit of history for you there. It's also going to be the first time maybe we're not going to have all the procession, the display by the police squadron that will lead the president-elect and all of the razzmatazz that would precede the swearing in and the taking of the oath by the president-elect and the vice president-elect. We will also follow keenly what kind of attire the president will like to wear today. He likes to make fashion statements, and sometimes the fabrics he wears conveys a certain message. So it's one thing that we'll keep an eye on and watch what kind of attire he will wear, whether he would wear a cloth or he wear a suit will also be known. Don't forget that there are at least 12 dignitaries, head of state, that have arrived in the country to participate in the inauguration or the swearing-in ceremony of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We've got less than 10 minutes before that process begins. Hopefully, the event will start on time, because in the last 24 hours, a lot of the things we expected will start on time or will go in a certain way have not gone in that direction. So hopefully it will start at 12 noon as has been communicated by the Speaker of Parliament. The members of Parliament sat from 10 p.m. last night and left the chamber at 10 a.m. and took a 2-hour break before the swearing-in ceremony. So technically they have been in the house for 12 hours. A lot of misconduct for people who call themselves honorable men. A lot of unfortunate scenes and events, and at the end, though, there was light at the end of the tunnel where there was consensus building after the Speaker of Parliament was elected. And like we've already said and mentioned several times on this show, the NDC candidate, Alban Bagbin, an astute lawyer and lawmaker, has been elected as the Speaker of Parliament for the 8th Parliament. He takes over from Professor Aaron Michael Quay, who is a former ambassador to China, former MP for Domik Kwabenya constituency, the largest and biggest constituency in the country, and has also served in different and various capacities. But many say his advanced age and deteriorating physical condition didn't permit him to win the popular vote to become the Speaker of Parliament for another term of office. It was predicted that because of the slight advantage the MPP had in the House, based on the former MP, the independent candidate, deciding to sit with them, they were going to sweep all the seats in Parliament, i.e. the Speaker and then the first Deputy Speaker. Of course, the second Deputy Speaker, per the Constitution and the orders of the House, is reserved for the other party. This time round, we have 3 parties in, or 2 parties and an independent candidate. So they've reserved that seat, the second Deputy Speaker's seat, for the independent candidate, the only independent candidate. And the history is that he was a member of the MPP, decided that he was going to contest as an independent candidate, was booted out of Parliament by Professor Mike Okwe, and also that's what occasioned him to contest as an independent candidate. The question many are asking on social media is, could it have been that the former MP, based on how he was treated by the Speaker, the former Speaker of Parliament, decided that he was not going to vote for him, but maybe in the subsequent voting he was going to sit with the MPP and vote for the MPP. But on the matter of the Speaker of Parliament, maybe he decided that he was going to vote against Michael Quay because of how Michael Quay treated him like an outcast when he declared his intentions to contest as an independent candidate. The other theory is that, could it be that Sarah Adjoa-Safo, who took over from Mike Okwe, voted against the Speaker of Parliament, or the former Speaker of Parliament, because of the attempts by the Speaker to have his son take over from Sarah Adjoa-Safo in the same Domik Kwabenya constituency. So those are conspiracy theories that have been thrown up. I have also seen a video of an MPP MP who, in the last couple of weeks, categorically stated that he was not going to vote for Michael Quay if he was put forward as the candidate for the Speaker of Parliament. So that has also resurfaced online. We'll try and get that video for you. An MPP MP in a studio conversation, in a studio interview, who said that he was not going to vote for the MPP, Michael Quay, because even in the 7th Parliament, Michael Quay did not get all the 169 seats that the MPP had at the time. He had 10 votes short of the numbers that the MPP had. So the man was making the argument that if 10 people didn't vote for Michael Quay when he was sworn in as Speaker, he was one of the 10 people. And that if Michael Quay was presented again, he was going to vote against Michael Quay. So that video has surfaced. Like I've kept mentioning, this is the icing on the cake as far as our coverage of the 2020 elections are concerned. We brought you the election day coverage. We brought you 2 days of collation and result declaration that culminated on December 9th with the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jean Mensah, declaring Nana Akufo-Addo as the president-elect. Don't forget that the Electoral Commissioner is the returning officer as far as the presidential elections are concerned. She is not the returning officer as far as the parliamentary contest is concerned. So the parliamentary contest, as you would realize, was announced even before the presidential, but the presidential is solely reserved for the Electoral Commissioner to pronounce. Since then, a lot of things have happened. There's been a lot of demonstrations, especially from the National Democratic Congress, who believe that the will of the people have been subverted and that the elections were rigged for the incumbent president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, or the president of the 7th Parliament and the previous administration, because Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo technically is not the president. In the next few minutes, though, he would swear the oath of office and then assume office for the next 4 years.
Continuing from what you said, I want to speak on the dignitaries coming to grace the occasion, and they are from Senegal. We have Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Chad, Liberia. There's Togo, Guinea-Bissau, Benin, and Niger. And we also have Gambia, Nigeria, Gabon, India, and France. They would have their foreign ministers representing their leaders. And we have external visitors from the UK. That is the UK Minister for Africa, US Special Envoy, President of ECOWAS Commission, and AU Commission Chairperson, just to mention a few. It's been an interesting 7 hours. Yeah. I mean, from the time, 12 hours, yeah, from the time the dissolution happened and then the inauguration of the 8th Parliament. Right. Hopefully everything goes on smoothly. But I'm just reading that the court has ordered the Asin North MP-elect from holding himself as NP. They are still insisting. That was today, 11th before. Yeah, but it's also dated. There's a new update. Yes, it's a new update. Interlocutory injunction on.
But does the court sit on? Today is supposed to be a holiday, no?
It's supposed to be a holiday.
Do they sit? You've covered court proceedings. You've covered Parliament. Do the court sit on a holiday or on a special occasion? They are
probably. This is different.
But the man has been sworn in already. He's taking the oath of office. But he's not supposed to
see, according to the court, he's not supposed to see himself as an MP until the case is settled. So right now we don't know his fate. Hopefully everything is sorted, and I don't know if there's going to be a by-election. If the merit of the case must be entered, or it must be dealt with, if it appears that he has dual citizenship or was still a Canadian citizenship, as has come up as an allegation before he filed his nomination to contest on the ticket of the NDC, then yes, he would have to vacate. In fact, in the Sakande precedents, Sakande actually had to serve a 2-year jail term for deceit of a public official, which is an offense under the constitution of this country. So if it is established that he lied before filing his nomination, he risks being going to jail. Yeah.
He risks being moved out of Parliament, and then there will be a by-election. But the NDC believe that whichever way it goes, it's a seat that traditionally they have won. So even if there's a by-election, they have a more realistic chance of recapturing that seat for the NDC. So even if there's a by-election, there's a very slim probability that it goes to the MPP. But as we build up to the swearing in of the president-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we'd like to focus on the oath of office and what it entails. For which reason we have compiled some videos of what the president actually says, the wording of the oath of office and the sword that he holds, what they mean as they assume office. So we'll play you back some of the presidents, ex-presidents, and what they actually say when they are taking the oath of office. So here's an insert of what they actually say when they take the oath of office.
Having been elected to the high office of President.
Having been elected to the high office of President.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
do in the name of the Almighty God,
do in the name of the Almighty God, swear
that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
And he waved to the crowd in his capacity as President Rawlings.
I, John Ajekum Kufuor,
Having been elected
to
the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God. I, John Alban Bagbin,
having been elected to the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear, that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, defend, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
And there is a sort of state being hoisted high and round by the President, His Excellency, Professor John Atta Mills.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
Having been elected to the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear, that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. Having been elected to the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear, that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I dedicate myself to the service and the well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God.
The President of the Republic of Ghana
with the sword of office.
So that's a recap of former presidents and the kind of things they say, or the wording of their oath of office. Just in case you didn't know what they actually said before they assume office. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the next few minutes will once again go through this process. He did it 4 years ago, but as the Ghanaian people have renewed his mandate for another 4-year term, he would, with the help of the Chief Justice, swear his oath of office or take his oath of office, and then he will be given the sword, the golden sword, which signifies that he's been handed over power. He will then proceed to sit on the gold-plated chair, which would signify his ascension to the throne of office or the throne of power, which means that he represents all of us as Ghanaians wherever he goes as the president of this country. He did it 4 years ago. He will do it again in the next few minutes, and then his vice president will also do it. Don't forget that the vice president takes a different oath from that of the president, which is why in the event of death, the vice president, even if he has said his oath, will take another oath specifically for that of the president, because it is a different kind of wording from that of the president. And it's a very symbolic statement. And we've mentioned that we don't expect that this edition or this 8th inauguration under the 4th Republic would have all the razzmatazz and all the drama and all the procession that precedes it. In the past, you would have the security services doing some displays, the squadron team would have a procession of sorts before the president is sworn in. But because of the peculiar situation, like we've mentioned, even the traditional grounds for the swearing in of the president has been changed. Ordinarily, it would have been done at the Independence Square, which has been the venue of the swearing in since Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's time, since independence. But there was an aberration to that in 2012, I believe, when the former president John Evans Atta Mills passed away and John Dramani Mahama had to assume the reins of power. That was done in the evening in Parliament, and so that was the only deviation. And for the second time, we're going to have the president being sworn in from a different designated place from what we are used to. So these are live pictures from the tent or the dome where the event would take place. So this is still in the Parliament premises, but it is not in the parliamentary chamber. This is a special dome prepared for this occasion, and this because of the COVID. It's because of the COVID situation and also the fact that all the protocols must be observed. You can see that some dignitaries or some foreign envoys have arrived in the country. The last couple of days, the website of the American government had indicated that they had sent a delegation to Ghana to observe the inauguration and participate in it. Madam Sullivan was also going to be part of that delegation. Trump is still president of America, and so he sent that delegation. Joe Biden, president-elect of America, had also sent a congratulatory message to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president. He was looking forward to them working hand in hand to solve the common problems of the people of the world. So, live pictures on your screens. We are going to see a rich display of culture, I am very certain. So, as you can see in your shot, I think it's a Siama, if I'm not wrong. People are wearing a lot of nose masks, so you can't easily tell who they are. But this looks like the Minister for Youth and Sports, Honorable Isaac Kwame Esiama, in your shot. We'll follow and see whether this Ken Ofori-Atta, Minister of Finance in the previous administration, we don't know if he's going to continue as Minister of Finance or not. He's come under a lot of criticism in the wake of the Japan royalties deal, which has had to be taken back to Parliament, and that deal will go to the 8th Parliament, a Parliament which is very tight. And these are the foreign dignitaries who are seated in the special dome for this presidential swearing in. We're waiting for the president and the president-elect and his vice president-elect. I was reading on social media someone who was tweeting that they will keep a keen eye on the second lady because she has a good sense of fashion. We'll pay attention to what she wears, even though that's the small matter. It's not a really significant matter. But we are getting closer to the swearing in, and hopefully that would draw the curtain on a comprehensive coverage of the elections.
Yeah.
What do you look forward to?
I'm looking forward to a peaceful inauguration. Right. I'm looking forward to a short event. I'm looking forward to a very short event. Okay. Looking at the time that has been taking. Yeah. You know, it's supposed to be very short. It was supposed to have started earlier, and everything would have completed or closed very early, but unfortunately the funny incidents that went on has really dragged the occasion. And I'm looking forward to coronavirus protocols being observed, like what we are seeing, like what we saw earlier. We had to make sure that
it wasn't observed in Parliament today.
Unfortunately it wasn't, and I even saw on social media that COVID-19 is just looking at the MPs, looking at the fact that they were all together,
screaming and shouting,
and fighting and throwing blows here and there. Yes, and then hopefully there's social distancing, wearing of nose mask, which they are practicing right now, and Akufo-Addo takes his rightful place as president of the Republic of Ghana, as well as the vice president-elect Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Yes, and you spoke about Mrs. Bawumia. I'm one of those looking forward to her attire.
Really?
I think they are very captivating, and they are kind of different in terms of the fabric, and it's very African, it's very Ghanaian. I like the fact that she's able to represent Ghana through fashion. And I think it's something most of the ladies in government have taken. I mean, you have most of them in their kente clothes or GTP, you know, adorn and gracing such occasion. Their sense of fashion.
Do you expect the president to you know, do the kente thing, or you expect him to wear a jacket or a suit?
No, I don't expect him to wear a suit. I expect him to wear kente because this is Ghana Day. I mean, he's been sworn in for the second for the second time?
I ask because usually, because of the tense nature of this election, you would have a security detail asking him to wear bulletproof. And he cannot wear bulletproof if he's wearing a cloth, which is why it will be interesting to see what he wears. Unless, of course, he's been assured that the security is under control, like Adib had mentioned.
I'm sure the security personnel are up to their game. I'm sure that they are ensuring that security is beefed up. Because, I mean, we have our president, we have the first gentleman of the country coming in to be sworn in. Yeah. So they are not going to permit any confusion or any chaos whatsoever. So I think his dressing is not going to be in suit. He's not going to be in suit. He's going to be in a kente. You know, that's...
But the president is noted for wearing local fabric. So
exactly.
We'll pay attention to what he wears today. We'll try and get you visuals from the ground. So you have a feel, you don't feel left out. So that's the live pictures from the dome still in Parliament.
And we see all of them in nose masks. And we see all of them in nose masks. We have several dignitaries seated, as my colleague rightly said, awaiting the presence of President Nana Akufo-Addo. I can see Dr. Matthew Opoku-Pempere, the education minister, in an interaction with one of the MPs. I'm not too sure who he is because of the covered face. And I think things have been set in place awaiting the presence of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And we can see a lot of people present adorned in the kente regalia, strapped over their shoulders. We see Queen mothers, we see chiefs all seated, like I said, awaiting Akufo-Addo and Bawumia to be sworn into office. We are hoping that the day is going to be memorable, it's going to be brief, and it's going to be exciting. And hopefully the whole of Ghana will be happy. And so you just watched the video of former presidents under the Fourth Republic being sworn in. We had the late Jerry John Rawlings, who took his turn in the early 90s. Then we had John Ejekum Kufuor, the late Mills, Mahama, and Akufo-Addo. And it's interesting to know that President-elect Nana Addo, I beg your pardon, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is going to be inaugurated for the second time as head of state of the Republic of Ghana. I want to take you through some social media comments about the invitation of the Ghanaians from moving from the 7th to the 8th Parliament. Okay. On the Fomena MP. And I'm going to start with fake deep motivation lines and shading in the name of the Fomena MP. This guy's name recent month would be abused. And Fomena MP kind of grace. And there's one that said, this Fomena MP's God is a living God. Kwe. And Mr. Speaker, me and my party, the NPP. Then we also have Honorable Kennedy Ejapon also trending on social media, and it says Honorable Kennedy Ejapon is definitely behind that Fomena MP nomination, looking at the fact that the NPP members are wondering which of their members voted Alban Bagbin as Speaker of Parliament. And someone also says this thing below is the reason for all that is happening, to which these people are the reason for the chaos and everything that is happening in the nation right now. Kennedy Ejapon, Eseidu Nketia, Fomena MP, NDC MPs, as well as Haruna Idrisu. And there's a praise for Alban Bagbin. We said Alban Bagbin has been confirmed to be Speaker in the Parliament. The NDC has decided to cede first Deputy Speaker to the NPP and Fomena. So yes, we are still on the inauguration of President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President-elect Bawumia, who will be sworn into office in a short while. They are expected to be present at 12 p.m., but it's been 20 minutes. I think they are coming. Yes, we have the dignitaries and people present standing up to welcome the president. Yes, so they are all awaiting President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's presence, and they will be sworn in by the Chief Justice, Justice Kwesi Enin Yeboah, and they are going to pledge their responsibility to the people of Ghanaians. And I'm told the president is in. As you can see, there's a security officer saluting the Chief Justice to ensure the road is clear for the president. So, I beg your pardon, it wasn't President-elect Akufo-Addo approaching the tent at the forecourt. It's rather the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, seated with his first deputy, Joseph Osei Owusu, and his second deputy, Andrews Esiama Amwako, who also doubles as the MP for Fomena. So they are rightly taking their place before President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo arrives, and they're all going to witness the procedures. We just saw Second Lady Semira Bawumia, as usual, looking gorgeous and beautiful. What else do I see? What do I see? Yes, so dignitaries are still waiting. Hopefully, once the Speaker of Parliament is in. Okay, so we are going live to show you what exactly is happening at the location.
Honorable members, order. May I welcome honorable members back from the suspension of sitting. We resume the day's sitting for the swearing in of the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. But before we do that, I will need to formally recognize the presence in the House of a long list of very important dignitaries. So, honorable members, please spare me a few minutes and listen to the names of dignitaries all over the world that have taken time and trouble in this COVID era to come and be part of this swearing ceremony. The heads of delegations, excellencies, and dignitaries include the following: His Excellency Mr. Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. His Excellency Mr. Faure Gnassingbé, President of the Republic of Togo. His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of Côte d'Ivoire. Honorable members, I've just been reliably informed that His Excellency, the President-elect, is just at the entrance. And so I want to invite the leaders of the parliamentary groups in Parliament to accompany me to usher in His Excellency, the President-elect. After that, I will take some time to go through the rest of the names.
Okay, so that's the motorcade or the convoy of the president, we suspect, because the newly elected Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, had mentioned that he was told that the president-elect was just outside the entrance of Parliament House, and so they were going to usher him in for him to come and take his oath of office. So you can see the riders. And like we mentioned, if this was the Independence Square, there would have been a bit of a display. They would have, done a bit of trickery here and there. They are specially trained for these kind of things. And so there would have been a procession of sort, typically of, typical of what we do on Independence Day. They would have done that, but like we've told you earlier, this is we're living in strange times, so things are not the same. But the president, we suspect, will come off one of these vehicles in the next couple of minutes. And technically, we need to mention that he's president-elect and not president. But he will hand over power to himself, take the oath of office, will take the sword from the Chief Justice, and then will proceed to the golden seat, or the seat, which will signify his ascension to the throne, even though this is not a kingdom or monarchy. But in our jurisdiction, the seat is an emblem of authority. The sword is also an emblem of authority, which is why he holds it, takes his oath of office, and goes to sit on the golden chair. Interestingly, 4 years ago, when Nana Akufo-Addo was elected president, a few weeks into his reign, or in his first address, he was accused of plagiarizing his speech. I'm sure people will look out for what speech is going to churn out today. But with a very divided country, polarized, politicized, we anticipate that the tone of the president's speech, his acceptance speech when he takes the oath of office, will be more conciliatory. Now, that's the president. He's entered the tent.
He's in a suit.
He's in a suit. And I predicted right. Because of the tension, he may be advised by security officials to wear bulletproof, which is why I suspect he was going to wear a suit.
And I think it could also be due to the location. It's not in the chambers. but it's on the forecourt of the Parliament House, the reason he's in suit. I must say I'm slightly disappointed. I was expecting him to be in his Kente regalia, but it's all good because the protection and the security of the president is paramount. So.
Okay, so we'll finally hand over to Afid, and when the entire process is done, we'll be here to wrap up and give you our observations of what transpired, to analyze the president's speech. That's the First Lady, looking very beautiful as usual. So we'll cross over and return when the process is done.
Honorable members, we have in our presence His Excellency the Vice President-elect and His Excellency the President-elect. I will want to, on your behalf, welcome them to the August House of Parliament and crave your indulgence to permit me to acknowledge, as I was doing, the presence of these distinguished personalities that have traveled all the way to come and honor the swearing in of His Excellency the President and His Excellency the Vice President. As I told you, the list is quite long, but I'll endeavor to take just a few minutes to acknowledge them on your behalf. We also have in our presence His Excellency Professor Alpha Conde, President of the Republic of Guinea. His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. His Excellency Mr. Mahamadou Issoufou, President of the Republic of Niger. In the French, they say Niger. His Excellency Mr. Roch-Marc Christian Kabore, President of the Republic of Burkina Faso. His Excellency Mr. George Mane Weah, you all know him very well, President of the Republic of Liberia. His Excellency Mr. Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. His Excellency Mr. Umaru Sissoko Embalo, President of Guinea-Bissau. His Excellency Dr. Bonito de Souza Baltazar Diego, Vice President of the Republic of Angola. His Excellency Colonel Asmi Goita, Vice President of the Transition in Mali. His Excellency Mr. Rui Figueiredo Soares, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Regional Integration of the Republic of Cape Verde. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Jean-Claude Cassi-Breu, President of the ECOWAS Commission. Senator Theresa Ifwa Asangonu, President of the Senate, Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Our own Dr. Mohamed Ibn Chambers, Special Representative of the Secretary General, United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel. His Excellency Geoffrey Onyama, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Honorable Jean-Yves Le Drian, Minister for Foreign Affairs of France. Mr. V. Muralin Ham, Minister for Foreign Affairs of India. His Excellency Aurélien A. Agbenonsi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Benin. Honorable Vincent Biruta, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Rwanda. Mr. Mamadou Tangara, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Gambia. Mr. Pakomi Murbelet Mubeya, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Gabon. And we have also His Excellency John Ajekun Kufuor, former President of the Republic of Ghana. We have Her Excellency Hajia Ramatu Mahama, wife of the former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. And our own, the Right Honorable Ebenezer Virginia Sechi Hughes, former Speaker of the Parliament, and he's not here alone, he is with his dear wife to honor the swearing-in of His Excellency, the President-elect of Ghana. We have another former senior member, Honorable Freddie Blay, former Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and now Chairman of the New Patriotic Party. We also have His Excellency Jacoba A.S. Oliver Terendrazaniri Velo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Madagascar. Ambassador Amin Abba Siddiq, Minister for Foreign Affairs, African Integration, and Chadians abroad. His Excellency Mr. Kabanda Kana Andrew, Minister at the Presidency of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. James Dudridge, Minister for Africa at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom. Ambassador Peter Pham, Special Envoy for the Sahel region, United Nations, United States of America. His Excellency Richard Wanza, Ambassador of the Republic of Zambia to Ghana representing the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Mr. Edgar Changwa Lungu. His Excellency Emad Magdi Hana Kamel, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt to Ghana, representing the President of Egypt, His Excellency Abdul Fattah el-Sisi. His Excellency Ms. Imani Kwadil, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Morocco, representing His Majesty King Mohammed VI of the Kingdom of Morocco. We have numerous distinguished members of the diplomatic corps, too many for mention. But before I end, I had acknowledged some of the dignitaries before the arrival of His Excellency the Vice President-elect and His Excellency the President-elect. And so I will just mention them. It's only, I believe, 4 names. So just bear me for a while. His Excellency Mr. Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo, is here with us. His Excellency Mr. Fauri Nyasingbe, President of the Republic of Togo. His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of Cote d'Ivoire. And I believe the last but not the least, His Excellency Professor Alpha Condé, President of the Republic of Guinea. It's important that I acknowledge the presence of my dear one, I gave a title to the wives of former speakers. And since some are here, if I don't use the same title, I may be charged with discrimination. Since the speakers are right honorable, I humbly proposed, and it was accepted, that their wives be referred to as left honorables. So my dear wife is here, the left honorable Alice Adjoa Jonas. Now, honorable members, with your kind permission, I will want to, on behalf of the House and my good self, wish the visiting dignitaries a pleasant stay in our country. Without much ado, I want to move to the next item, and that is to invite His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to administer the oath to the Vice President-elect. Your Lordship, you may carry on.
I, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold
that I will uphold
the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana,
and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
The oath. I,
Mahamudu Bawumia,
having been elected to the office of the Vice President
of the Vice President
of the Republic of Ghana,
do
in the name of the Almighty God swear, that I will at all times, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and I will dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons, I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Alhaji Vice President, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I congratulate you on your assumption of the office of the land as Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Congratulations. Honorable members, before I go to the main item, my attention has been drawn to the presence in this August House of some special dignitaries that we cannot afford not to recognize. It's important that we recognize the presence of Her Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo, First Lady of the Republic of Ghana. We also have with us Her Excellency Ramatu Bawumia, well, I don't know whether she saw an affidavit to change her name, but that was what they submitted to me. So, Your Excellency, I apologize on behalf of the House for the mix-up. She is Her Excellency Samira Bawumia, spouse of the Vice President of Ghana, who is the second lady of the Republic. We also have our revered traditional leader, the paramount chief, but I'm not recognizing him because of that title. I'm doing so because he is the chairman of the Council of State in the person of Nana Otuo-Sribour. And now, the purpose for which we are here. I have your permission to invite His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to administer the oath to the President-elect. Chief Justice, you may do so now.
I, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold
the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect. And defend. The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God. I, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo,
having been elected
to
the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana,
to the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And true to the Republic of Ghana.
And true to the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The
Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And that I dedicate myself.
And that I dedicate myself.
To the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana.
To the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana.
And to do right.
and to do right
to all manner of persons.
to all manner of persons.
I further solemnly swear
I further solemnly swear
that should I at any time
break
this oath of office, I shall submit myself
to
the laws of the Republic of Ghana and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Do you want me to fill this in?
Mr. President, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I congratulate you on your assumption of the highest office of the land as President of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable members, and I have the pleasure and honor to invite the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to deliver the inaugural address. Mr. President, you may proceed to deliver your address.
Mr. Speaker, I extend a hearty akwaba, our word of welcome to the excellencies, the distinguished leaders of sister states from our region and continent, as well as to eminent representatives from other friendly nations and international organizations who are gathered here in the vibrant city of Accra, capital of Ghana, to join us on this auspicious occasion. I thank each and every one of you for being present at this inauguration of my second mandate, COVID-19 notwithstanding. Your attendance is an expression of solidarity and friendship that speaks volumes of your attachment to the goals and aspirations of the Ghanaian people and state, for which we are very grateful. I must at the outset express my warm congratulations to my good friend and colleague of many years in this House, the Right Honorable Alban Bagbin, on his assumption of office as the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Nearly 3 decades of devoted service to Parliament by you has culminated in this moment, which has seen your elevation to the 3rd great office of state of our nation. Together, you and I will be chartering new territory in the governance and politics of the 4th Republic. For this is the first time in the life of the Republic that a president from one party will be obliged by the exigencies of the moment and the will of the people to work in all sincerity and cooperation with a Speaker of Parliament from another party. I'm confident that both of us will be guided in our relationship by the supreme interest of our people in ensuring good governance in the ordering of the affairs of state. I want to assure you of my wholehearted determination to work with you to advance the peace, progress, and prosperity of the Ghanaian people. Once again, many congratulations to you and the re-elected and new members of Parliament. A few moments ago, I took for the second time the oath of office to serve as President of the Republic of Ghana. I follow in the exalted footsteps of 2 of my predecessors, the first and second presidents of the 4th Republic, Their Excellencies Jerry John Rawlings and John Agyekum Kufuor, who served 2 successive terms in office. I cannot, therefore, take this honor and privilege bestowed on my mother's self lightly. And I thank Almighty God and the Ghanaian people who, by an emphatic margin, renewed my mandate in office for 4 more years in the elections of 7th December. It is a demonstration of the confidence and trust you, the Ghanaian people, have reposed in me, not only in appreciation for the achievements chalked throughout my first 4 years, but more significantly, for the considerable amount of work that is to be done over the next 4 years. In our drive to take our nation firmly onto the path of progress, prosperity, and development, following the havoc wreaked by COVID-19. This is a task I wholeheartedly accept, and I assure all Ghanaians that I'll do my best to deliver on this mandate. The accomplishment of this mandate is going to take place within the context of Ghana's maturing democracy. The Ghanaian people have manifested time and again in these 28 years of the Fourth Republic their determination to build a free, democratic, peaceful nation which is respectful of individual liberties and human rights, the rule of law, and the principles of democratic accountability. A governance structure built on the separation of powers provides the best vehicle for the protection of these values, with a well-resourced judiciary and parliament as the principal accountability organs of the state. This has been the main thrust of public policy in these past 4 years, and will continue to be so in the next. The unity and stability of our country are the welcome outcomes of such a development. This is how we can ensure, in the words of one of the great figures of Ghanaian nationalism, the illustrious Joseph Boachier Dankwa, that we have, quote, a system of government under which those who are in control of government are under the control of those who are governed, unquote. Mr. Speaker, the sheer can-do spirit of the Ghanaian, which I have witnessed all my life, is the bedrock on which we can build the Ghana of our dreams. Indeed, 4 years ago at my first inauguration, I urged all Ghanaians to be, and I quote, citizens and not spectators, unquote. I appeal to you to be active participants in the effort to help build the Ghana we want, the democratic, free, prosperous, and united Ghana envisaged by our founding fathers as the Black Star of Africa. In my first term as president, I was able to count on the contribution of all citizens in attempting to create this Ghana. What I have seen these last 4 years is further evidence, if any were needed, that the Ghanaian will no longer accept poverty and deprivation as his or her portion, but is rather determined to work to chart a path of growth and development for himself or herself. Today, our economy, even in the face of the global pandemic of COVID-19, continues to show resilience and a much faster rate of recovery than originally envisaged, and was indeed one of the fastest growing economies in the world in 2020. Ghana remains one of the most attractive destinations on the continent for direct foreign investment, with the presence in the country of some of the world's largest conglomerates attesting to this fact. Establishing a strong economy, undergoing structural transformation to value-added activities, which will generate jobs for our young people and enhance their living standards, will be the main preoccupation of my second term. Together, we're ensuring that the basic tenets of social justice are met. Many said it was beyond us, but we have ensured that financial considerations no longer determine the fate of the Ghanaian child. Because of the implementation of the free senior high school policy, once willing and able, senior high school education is the minimum education to be received by every Ghanaian child. Access to quality health care is no more a luxury ordinary people cannot afford, following the revival of the National Health Insurance Scheme. Our aim is to reach universal health coverage as soon as possible. Food production has increased significantly, and a conscious effort has been made to improve the living standards of our farmers. The newly constructed warehouses dotted across the country are storing the surpluses for export to our neighbors, and the program for planting for food and jobs has become the veritable rock on which the successful future of our agriculture is being built. Our roads are being constructed at a much faster pace than before. And yes, I acknowledge that there are still many more kilometers to construct. We defined last year as the year of roads. This year will be the second year of roads. As we continue with our focus on dealing with the deficit in our road infrastructure, the development of our rail sector, on which considerable resources and energies are being devoted, will open up the country and lead to the creation of a more connected society, and will also help realize the goal of regional and continental integration. The arrival of COVID-19 drove home the lesson to all of us that we have to be self-reliant. The pandemic has emphasized the fact that we cannot continue to be living on edge in a day-to-day economy. This is dangerous for our survival, and it is important that we set up buffers of protection in all aspects of our lives. So when there was a shortage in the supply of personal protective equipment, at a time when they were being sold at extortionist prices on the world market, the enterprise of the Ghanaian shone through. We produced right here in Ghana our own sanitizers, face masks, medical scrubs, gowns, liquid soap, amongst others. We can indeed build a Ghana beyond aid if we make full use, as we must, of the enterprise and ingenuity of our people, especially our young people. The prominent role being played by young people in the digitization journey of our nation is strong proof of the feasibility of this objective. And Ghana is set to become one of the most digitized economies in Africa in the next few years. In this same vein, I expect the locally produced Eku juice, one of the results of government's One District, One Factory flagship policy, to replace rapidly the imported fruit juices on the shelves of our supermarkets, not because anyone will so decree, but because the quality of the locally produced one is as good, if not superior. I doubt, Mr. Speaker, that anyone would ordinarily mention Akpeteshi, the local gin, as a possible item on the world market. I cannot vouch for its taste or potency, since I gave up alcohol many years ago. But I can say that the made in Ghana and beautifully packaged Apu I have recently seen can compete in the most sophisticated markets in the world. My boundless confidence in the energy of the Ghanaian makes me believe that we can become the prosperous nation we aspire to, and soon. We have good reason to be proud of what we have been able to achieve so far. Mr. Speaker, we know that the democracy we seek to build and entrench in Ghana will ultimately succeed if we build a prosperous nation and our people are at peace with themselves and with the world. I pledge before this august House and the good people of Ghana that all I do will be for the common good. And with a firm foundation laid in my first term of office, we shall take a significant step towards reducing the infrastructure deficit that has placed us all throughout our nationhood. The remaining 15% of our communities without electricity will be covered by the end of my second term. We have already begun constructing hospitals in the remaining districts that do not have one, a process which will be completed within the year. The percentage of Ghanaians without access to potable water is set to reduce significantly following the commencement of work on a number of water supply projects across all parts of the country. The majority of our people live in unacceptable housing, and we shall tackle the problem with vigor. With discipline and caution, just as we have done since March 2020, we in Ghana can continue to reduce the number of active cases of COVID-19, which currently stands at a little over 900, and open up our country again to the rest of the region, continent, and the entire world. We have taken the bold step of reopening all our schools again because our fundamental conviction that education is the key to our future. We will do everything possible to ensure not only the safety of the children, but of teachers and non-teaching staff as well. We Ghanaians have always been very much aware of our place in our neighborhood, in our continent, and in the world. We recognize that poverty and insecurity plague our region, and thus we shall continue to make our voice carry the weight of our convictions and contribute to making our world a safer and happier place. We shall play our full part in the deliberations and activities of all the organizations to which we belong: ECOWAS, the African Union, Commonwealth, La Francophonie, the United Nations, and others. Ghana, which has the privilege of hosting the Secretariat of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, intends to be one of the main drivers of its success. The AFCFTA provides us Africans with a great opportunity to exploit and develop our resources for the benefit of our own people and end the centuries-old exploitation of our continent's vast wealth for the benefit of others. In the words of the historic first leader of our nation, the celebrated Kwame Nkrumah, and I quote, "It is clear that we must find an African solution to our problems, and that this can only be found in African unity. Divided we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world," unquote. To my fellow Ghanaians, I invite all of you to join in the exciting business of developing our country. There are endless opportunities if we remain united. What our forebears dreamed of, we will achieve. If we inherited dreams and visions from our founding fathers, we should leave legacies of achievements and realities to our children and their children. For I believe in the limitless prospects of Ghana and of us, her people. So let us be up and doing, and with faith in the Almighty, seize our destiny. Mr. Speaker, may God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Your Excellencies, once again, Akwaba, I thank you for your attention.
Mr. President, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I sincerely thank you for your inaugural address. I also wish you and the Vice President well in the administration of the country. Honorable members, having listened to His Excellency the President, I think the main item is over, and I want any indication from the leaders of the House. I see the honorable member for Swami constituency, Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu. Any indication?
Speaker, today, Thursday, the 7th of January, has been a very momentous occasion. We have had to elect the Speaker of Parliament and his two deputies for the 8th Parliament. In turn, the Speaker has also had to swear in members of Parliament elect. Then, as we find ourselves in the tent now, we've witnessed the swearing in of His Excellency the President and his Vice President. The President and indeed Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. The day has been long, arduous, tortuous, and indeed rather labyrinthine. For the newly sworn in members of Parliament, the day began yesterday before 11 p.m., which means that they have had to endure almost 15 hours since yesterday without blinking our eyes. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of wisdom in beginning the swearing-in process soon after midnight, and the events of today bear ample testimony in the wisdom contained in this exercise. The speakers have said there has not been any indication from you about the extension of the sitting, and that being the case, I believe any member at any time stated for the closing may move for adjournment of the House as provided for by our orders, Order 44. In the circumstance, and given the discussions that we had this morning, that is between myself and the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, may I move that the House takes an adjournment until Friday next week at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Speaker, I do so move.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved for adjournment of the House. Honorable members, there's a very vigorous attempt to arrest the motion. And I want to crave your intelligence to permit just a few minutes, because it's a request I cannot turn down. We are being called upon to give an opportunity to one of our visiting dignitaries to at least say a word or two of gratitude to His Excellency the President. This is the request. And I'm told it's coming from the highest office. And so, with your kind indulgence, may I invite His Excellency Professor Alpha Conde to say a few words of thanks in response to the address, inaugural address of His Excellency the President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you may proceed to the podium. I've done that.
Je voudrais dire d'abord que c'est un grand plaisir, un grand honneur pour nous d'assister à la prestation de serment de notre frère et ami président Nana Addo, d'autant plus que nous n'oublions pas le rôle qu'a joué le président Nkrumah. Tout ce qu'il a dit, c'est vérifié. Il a dit, si l'Afrique ne s'unit pas, voilà ce qui va arriver. Et tout ce qu'il a prédit est arrivé. Donc c'est une grande fierté pour nous de nous retrouver au Ghana. Et nous remercions tous les chefs d'État qui se sont déplacés pour rendre hommage à notre frère. Et nous savons que sous sa direction, le Ghana va faire des pas de géant. Et le peuple ghanéen peut compter sur l'ensemble des chefs d'État de la CEDEAO et de l'Union africaine pour accompagner notre frère pour le mieux et pour le bonheur du peuple du Ghana. Je vous remercie.
Your Excellency, Professor Alpha Conde, on behalf of the House, we want to thank you so much for the words of congratulations. In fact, I started revising my French notes, and I think I got a few words of what you said. We thank you so much. Honorable members, I'll have to put the question again. Those in favor of an adjournment of the House, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Friday, the 15th day of January at 10 noon. The House is adjourned.
finally, after almost 15 hours of a lot of back and forth, which started with the dissolution of Parliament, that's the 7th Parliament, and also the inauguration of the 8th Parliament, which led to the election of the Speaker of Parliament, his 2 deputies, that's the first Deputy Speaker and the second Deputy Speaker. We now have a President of the country and Vice President of the country for the next 4 years. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who was until now President-elect, has taken his oath of office, an oath of secrecy, and has also given his inaugural speech as President of the country from now until 2024, when another election will be held. Unless, of course, the election petition that the NDC candidate John Dramani Mahama sees light of day. The Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has also taken his oath of office, the oath of secrecy, and has also duly been acknowledged as Vice President of the Republic of Ghana from 2021 up until 2024, when a new election will be held, and if possibly the handover in 2025. You've seen the ceremony there, the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice conducting affairs and ushering the President into office for his 2nd term. And this is, like we mentioned, the only time since 2008 that the same person is getting another 4-year mandate. From 2008, when Kufuor did it in 2000 and 2008, we've not had a president go for a 2nd term. The unfortunate demise of the late President John Evans Atta Mills from 2012, from 2008 to 2012, ensured that he was a 1-term president and passed on before he could seek re-election for a 2nd term. John Dramani Mahama took the reins of power from 2012 up until 2016, was also a 1-term president. And then Nana Akufo-Addo took over the reins from 2016, or technically 2017, when he was handed the reins of power in January 7, 4 years ago to the day. And he is now handed over power to himself and will continue for another 4-year mandate. This will be his last term in office. In 2024, the MPP would have to present a new candidate for election. The NDC would have the chance to present either former flag bearer John Mahama or a new candidate for that election. But today, it's been a beautiful ceremony, brief, straight to the point. The President is the only person who had a speech. The Vice President was not allowed to speak. Not a lot of razzmatazz, but you saw the President of Guinea, Alpha Conde, giving a speech in French. I don't know if you translate for us, but I mean, it's been a very brief ceremony. It looks like the processes leading to the swearing in of the President. Hey, that's Sekou Adonko showing us some dance moves. She was a contestant in the 2020 general election, stood for the presidential elections, but lost and conceded defeat to Nana Akufo-Addo, who's now been sworn in as into office. We see some NDC dignitaries, but what we cannot tell is whether NDC MPs were in the tent or the precinct where the swearing in was done. We saw E.T. Mensah and a few former appointees or government officials during the NDC administration. But what we cannot say for a fact is whether the NDC MPs were present. I didn't see Haruna Idrisu, who is the leader of the NDC caucus in Parliament. And going forward, it will be interesting to know how they are addressed, whether they will be known as majority leader or minority leader, or would have to stay with the leader of MPP caucus and the leader of the NDC caucus in Parliament. Those are things that will unravel in the next couple of days. Don't forget that Oseche Mensah Bonsu is the leader of the MPP caucus and the MP for Swame. had moved a motion that the Parliament would adjourn until next Friday, not tomorrow, next Friday, where they will conduct their business. So that was seconded and has been granted by the Speaker of Parliament. So Parliament would reconvene next week, Friday, to continue with the business of the day. So we're getting confirmation that the NDC MPs were actually not present for the swearing in of the president. So the president is signing, I think, the book. Yeah, the president will sign. The cameras are on him, as you can see on your screen. And Osechi Mensah Bonsu moved the motion, and then Afenyo Makin seconded. And usually you would have the leader of the other party. It's very technical, so pardon me if I'm unable to say majority leader and minority leader. So you would have the leader of the other party. So in this case, the NDC party would have seconded the motion after Osechi Mensah Bonsu had moved the motion for the House to adjourn until next Friday. But it was another member, the first deputy speaker, Afenyo not the first deputy speaker, but Afenyo Markins, who seconded the motion for the adjournment to happen. So in your short, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia will also proceed to sign to confirm his status as Vice President of this country for the next 4 years. You can see a lot of the MPs flanking, and that was the Chief Imam in your shot. The Chief Imam, very respected institution and person in this country, is one of the reasons why there is a lot of religious tolerance in our country. Very astute, respected man and institution, and he was there to grace the occasion. Are you sure the COVID protocols are being observed? It looks like they are very crammed up in that space where the Vice President is signing.
Everyone is in a hurry to go out, congratulate the President individually, so COVID protocols are not being adhered at the moment, but still have their nose mask on.
Yeah, but no social distancing.
No social distancing, which is very paramount when it comes to COVID-19 protocols. Unfortunately, it's not being adhered to.
Yeah. So you have the riders there hoping to, waiting for the President and the Vice to usher them out of the parliamentary premises. So, like I was saying, the NDC caucus were not present at the swearing ceremony because Osechi Mensah Bonsu had moved a motion for the suspension and the adjournment of the House, and that was seconded by Afenyo Markins, who is the deputy leader as far as the MPP caucus is concerned. So usually you would have the NDC seconding the motion and vice versa if they move a motion, but that was not done in this case, which confirms that the NDC indeed of the riders there hoping to usher out the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and his vice. A lot of events happening in Parliament at this moment. It appears there's a guard where the president will inspect. We're not too sure, but it appears there's a guard of honor for him. We'll wait to see if he will proceed to So that's the procession. We had indicated that there was a likelihood that this would not happen, because usually this would happen if we're doing the inauguration at the Independence Square, which is a bit more spacious. We didn't expect that it would happen, but yeah, there's a bit of a display of that. This is a special squadron for the president. He first proceeded to inspect the guard of honor, and don't forget that technically the president is the head of the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces per his role as the president of this country. And you saw the special horses and the special dresses or dressing of the units that was riding the horses, and that unit is known as the Special Mounted Squadron. They boast of 8 men in front on horseback and 8 men in the back as well on horseback. They serve as a special escort for the president, along with that from the police on both sides of the president's official vehicle during special occasions like today, Independence Day and arrival of special head of state. And as you know, there were at least 10 heads of state who graced this inauguration. So it was only proper that you would have this mounted squadron with all these horses guarding the president and all the dignitaries that came to grace the occasion.
What is happening currently? I think Ghanaians have also sent in their congratulatory messages to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And let me read some of them. Don't you hear me? Okay, so one of the messages we says we bow to greatness. He is who he is today. That is Nana Akufo-Addo, because he worked for it. Hashtag Nana our president. And there's another one that says hashtag Nana our president. Congratulations, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as president and commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Ayiko, Mr. President. And then there's another one that says the promise keeper at Nana Akufo-Addo will deliver as promised. Just trust the process. We will surely get there. The road to success will be tough, but trust him. At Nana Akufo-Addo and at M. Bawumia, that is the Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia. And another one says they will steer the nation with God's help. So far, these are the messages streaking in from Ghanaians on social media.
People are congratulating Ghanaians for not allowing all the divisions to degenerate. Of course, there have been protests, there have been chaos in Parliament and all of that, but it appears there's light at the end of the tunnel. The president, in his last State of the Nation address, actually commended his opponent, John Mahama, for deciding to use the law court to seek redress, which is something he himself, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, did in 2012, I believe, when he lost that election to John Mahama. So on election day, we told you how interesting this last election was, that it was the first time that a former president was contesting the person he lost to in the previous elections. And you have seen another dimension of it, because Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who went to court after losing to John Mahama, is witnessing the reverse of that same situation. So John Mahama, who was the president at the time, has now gone to court and is challenging the elections that brought Nana Akufo-Addo into power, who was the same man who took his election to court. So quite an interesting dynamic there. It's been a very long day, gradually winding down. We'll attempt to reach our correspondent from Parliament and to see if we can get a few of the MPs to speak to us. Some of them are extremely tired. It's been 15 hours, like the Speaker of Parliament mentioned. He said they've had a drive fast because they've been in Parliament from at least 10 p.m. And as I speak to you, it's 6 minutes past 2. And they've been there up until almost 2 p.m. From 10 p.m. of last night. They've done 15 plus hours of sitting, of debating, of fighting, of voting for a speaker, and finally swearing in the president and the vice president. So now we have a president and a vice president. There's no lacuna at this moment, and there's no confusion as to who is the president. We also elected a Speaker of Parliament for the first time, if my memory serves me right, where the opposition or the losing party in the general election, as far as the presidential elections are concerned, have their member as the Speaker of Parliament. You've got the MPP taking the first speaker, deputy speaker role, and then you have the independent candidate also taking up the role of the second deputy speaker. So quite an interesting dynamic. What awaits to be seen is how these people will work together. What we do know is that in private life, these are very good friends, but they have a political party interest to champion, and they have a country's interest to champion. How they find a space to merge their political aspirations and the aspirations of the country and the citizens whom they represent will be an interesting one. Would the Speaker stifle the administration of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? And you did hear Nana Akufo-Addo mention that when he was in Parliament, Alban Bagbin was his colleague in Parliament, and they have a very good rapport. And I did mention earlier that in the 2016 election, when Alban Bagbin was struggling to hold on to his seat, he had members of the MPP, and specifically Chairman Sabones, who has always been an advocate of people who have been long in Parliament staying because they have institutional memory. He and a few of the MPP folks actually descended on Nadoli Kalio, which is the constituency that Alban Bagbin represented for 7 consecutive times, 28 years in Parliament. He went there to campaign for Alban Bagbin, and Alban Bagbin reciprocated that gesture when he also went to Swame to campaign for Oseche Mensah Bones, who many have said had been in Parliament for so long and needed someone else to take over the reins. But Alban Bagbin and a few NDC folks who believed in the institution of Parliament and the human resource that has been invested in people who have knowledge about the workings of Parliament decided that they needed some of these people to stay on and pass on their knowledge to the new guys who will come to Parliament. They also went to Swame in Kumasi, in the Ashanti region, to campaign for Oseche Mensah Bones. So it tells you the good rapport that exists between these two individuals and personalities. And Nana Akufo-Addo, in his inaugural speech, mentioned that he's looking forward to working with Alban Bagbin, the Speaker of Parliament, to chart a new course in the development and administration of this country. So we'll keep a keen eye on Parliament when they resume on January 15th, a week from tomorrow, which is Friday, January 15th, to resume the business of the day. There are as many as 111 new parliamentarians out of the 275. So over 100 people are not returning to Parliament. 100 plus people are new members. They will be given orientation, learn the rules of Parliament, and see how they will survive over the next 4 years. Don't forget that in the hours leading to the dissolution of Parliament, there was a conversation about the emolument and the ex gratia of the 7th Parliament. And they were seeking over $100,000. That's approximately 600,000 cedis for every member who has served for the last 4 years. That's a conversation that we must have, whether each member of Parliament deserves the ex gratia and emolument of 600,000, which is what they were requesting for. And they had made a position, stated their position clear that because they needed to pass the emolument of the president, they wanted theirs to be passed before they would approve, that's the word, approve the emolument of the president. Let's go to the phone lines again, where we have our correspondent, our head of political desk, Lord Edu Asare, has joined us from Parliament with some happenings there. I'm curious to find out where the NDC caucus went to if they didn't attend the swearing-in ceremony. Lord, welcome back. Good afternoon. What's happening in Parliament right now? Okay, so we appear to have lost Lord Edu Asare. We reconnect with him and gauge the mood in Parliament. The President has left, and I suppose the Vice President has also left, but the members of Parliament were sure would hang around. The big question again is who in the MPP betrayed them in their attempt to get their person, Professor Michael Quay, to become the Speaker of Parliament. That's an inquest that the MPP will hope to do and find out how they were betrayed if you are an MPP member. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. We'll also see how the NDC will progress with their election petition, seeing as now they have their member and candidate as the Speaker of Parliament. Would they still stifle the proceedings in Parliament, even as they have their own as the Speaker of Parliament? Oyo, interesting. Do you have a few of the social media reactions? Samira Bawumia is getting a lot of quote-unquote fans for her.
Yes, she's
her
having
usual
a lot
fashion
of them.
sense.
Yes, hold on. Let me just
get... Samira Bawumia has carved a niche as someone who slays.
She's actually number 3 trending on Twitter.
Okay.
Yes, and someone says, Samira Iya Tagarin Bawumia, first of her name, slayer of dresses and showstopper of the ages. I think I agree with her. She always is a showstopper. And another says, all eyes on Samira. Samira Bawumia, what a beautiful lady. That's it. That's my tweet. As in, she's just beautiful. There's nothing more to say about that. Hope in future she'll become Ghana's first lady. And Samira Bawumia's style is dear Mado. Some Ghanaian women will go and disturb Auntie Grace Akaneshi market for the same star. And then there's another one that says Samira Bawumia is everything. Chai, see how she's stepping on our necks. Our beautiful, classy second lady, Samira Bawumia. Another says, this VIP in wife Samira and Kasa de slay rough. She sounds to the B, meaning our vice president's wife dresses well and she looks very beautiful as well. So we are moving on to our head of political desk and parliamentary correspondent, Lord, to tell us what is happening after the inauguration. Hello, Lord, can you hear us? Hello, Lord. Hello, Lord, can you hear us? I think we are still trying to get Lord, but let me continue with the social media trends on Samira Bawumia. Another says, I admire the fashion sense of Samira Bawumia. She's always on point. This is a woman. Another says, the handsome vice president with his beautiful wife, Samira. And yes, so Daniel, what do you think of the president's speech? I picked a few points. One of them was that he's assured Ghanaians of delivering his mandate, which is accepted wholeheartedly for the second time. Right. What do you make of it?
I think it was conciliatory, and I like the fact that he said he was looking forward to working with the speaker, and I would believe that by extension, the losing party to work in the interest and for the interest of the Ghanaian people. Is talked about the fact that people want improvement in their lives, and it is clear in the way they voted. The near skirt and blouse, where even when he won in some constituencies, his candidates and members of parliament lost because the citizens or the constituents did not believe at the time that they served their interests well. But we have to go back to parliament, where Lord has rejoined us. Hopefully we have a better connection this time. Lord, good afternoon, welcome. What's the aftermath of the swearing in Parliament? What's happening? Hello, Lord. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Daniel.
Okay, so what's happening? The aftermath of the swearing in. This is what we have been waiting for the last several hours. It's been done and dusted.
Well, there's been a lot of moving around. Both parties from the divide have been interacting. I mean, they can't do anything about it. So they are speaking to the media on their thoughts about it. Generally, the mood seems good, and they are promising that they'll work together. My observation, though, I realized that I didn't see members of the National Democratic Congress, the MPs. I didn't see them in there, but I have with me here the General Secretary of CPP, Madam Jenswa. She's going to be speaking on behalf of the party. In the background, we have Mr. Ivor Greenstreet. But tell me, what were your general impressions about everything that happened?
The president, I believe that whatever he's saying about building consensus and unity for the interest of the nation is not just rhetoric. There's a need for him to work beyond just rhetoric and put it into action. Like dialoguing with all stakeholders as it stands. Because when you see what has happened you find that you have the MPP, you have the NDC, and you even have an independent candidate featuring in there. So this is the time for us to all to build consensus and think of Ghana first. Ghana should be what should be in the forefront, whatever deliberations that goes on in this and in the August House. Because at Parliament, that is where the laws that govern this country are made. And if there is no consensus, then you will have a problem. Certainly, we just hope that what happened last night is not going to happen again. It's not going to be a it was just beyond that.
Sorry for the poor quality and the poor connection. We would attempt to rejoin Lord Edouard Sarah, who's our head of political desk. He's been trying to gauge the atmosphere in the aftermath of the swearing in and the inauguration of the president. The 8th inauguration under the 4th Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo takes office for his second and last term of office. And he was sworn in a while ago by the Chief Justice. He took his oath of office, the oath of secrecy, took his symbolic sword and went to sit on his symbolic seat to demonstrate his ascension to the throne of office, which is the highest office of the land. The NDC caucus did not attend the swearing-in ceremony, and they had hinted that they were not going to be present. We were thinking that because their candidate had won the Speaker of Parliament, it would mind, but it appears they stuck to their word and boycotted the swearing-in ceremony. Because of the way people are maxed up, it was difficult to tell. What we can confirm, though, is that there are some former NDC appointees or former members of Parliament, like E.T. Mensah, who were present in the chamber where our cameras captured them, as you saw during the inauguration process. So you were asking me about the speech of the president.
Yes, exactly.
I felt that, yes, it was refreshing to hear him admit that it is better for both sides of the house to work in the interest of the Ghanaian people. Events of December 7 suggest that the Ghanaian voter is very, very sophisticated now and very unpredictable.
Exactly.
And you cannot take them for granted. So we are going to monitor the work of the president as well as his appointees and members of Parliament for the next 4 years. And it is only based on that you will get a renewal of mandate. And the Ghanaian people have demonstrated that irrespective of the party affiliation that they have, they can vote skirt and blouse.
Yeah.
And the president admitted that and is looking forward to work with them. The NDC has always maintained that the president should move from the rhetoric, that he only says these things, that I'm going to work with you, but his actions speaks otherwise. You would expect that in his last term, with nothing to lose, with no elections to look forward to, he is going to take some very bold decisions than he took.
Yeah.
Of course, sometimes the president is torn between taking the decisions that serve the best interest of the country or the best interest of his party. But for someone at his age going out of office in the next 4 years because he's not seeking re-election, you expect that he will put the nation's interests first.
Yeah, I think I agree with you in the sense that, I mean, we have an NDC member being Speaker of Parliament. Also, he has no choice. He needs to cooperate.
That's a very good.
He needs to have the NDC on his side to an extent.
Right.
And they need to come to a certain agreement to make certain bold decisions. So, yes, he has no option. He just needs to involve NDC in whatever decision-making process he'll be involved with. So,
yeah. And we off air, we were discussing how interesting it would be, assuming, without admitting, that Nana Addo decides that I'm going to give some NDC members ministerial positions just to douse the tension that's in the country.
And I think that's not going to be a bad idea. You know, both parties need to be involved. I think Ghanaians are tired of one party always doing the most and leaving the other party. I think if both of them come together and run the country, I think it's going to be good.
What are your thoughts there? We'll come back and talk about the fact that the president may not have a lot of choice when it comes to working with Parliament and working with the opposition. We'll go back to Parliament, where our correspondent, head of political desk, Lord Edu Asare, has the son of former Vice President Aliyu Mahama. Farouk Aliyu Mahama is a newcomer as far as Parliament is concerned. He's with Lord. Lord, what's Farouk saying? Is he shocked that they didn't win the speakership?
Can we go?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You look
I'm
really,
going with my mom. You have to be fast.
That's fine. You look really tired and everything. How has the development and everything been for you?
It's been a very almost 12 hours trying to come into and elect our speaker, but fortunately we had agreed, and I think we've come out with a speaker, even though the speaker is from NDC. But I think Mr. Bagbin, having this experience of being in Parliament, I think it's somebody who's a consensus leader, somebody who unites us. And this is an opportunity for us Ghanaians to unite as the eighth Parliament, to tell us that we need one another, and irrespective of our political divide, we can work together if we are for the betterment of Ghana.
As a new entrant, when you saw the development that happened last night with both members of the divide doing all sorts of things with regards to the ballot papers, how did you feel?
I was saddened, but we just very from Allah that as we move, our democracy will improve.
What are some of the things you're expecting from the Parliament?
I express consensus to the being having compromise with one another. At the end of the day, look at Ghana first before any political party.
Thank you for speaking to us, Paramount.
Moment.
So I'm speaking to the son of former Vice President Aliyu Mahama. His name is Farouk. He's been telling us about pretty much how everything went down for him and what his impressions were. Generally, everybody seems to be on the same page that as it stands, because of the way things are looking in the House of Legislature. One thing stands out, that they'll be able to work together. No party will, the party interest will not but that of the country. And so we'll be hoping that that will actually be the case. We don't yet know what will become of the members of Parliament were guilty for the disturbances that happened in the House. We are still here at the beginning of the Parliament House of Ghana. The inaugural ceremony of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took place. My name is Lord Harris.
So I would want to find out. Did you ask me about the NDC? I want to find out. I'd want to find out if you have any info on the reason and the NDC members were absent from the inauguration ceremony. Hello, Lord, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so whilst we are reconnecting to Lord Edu Asare, like I was saying earlier, that President Akufo-Addo has no option right now. Both political parties need to learn. They have to learn to work together. It's like a first time both political parties are going to work together. Okay, so we have Lord back. Lord, if you can hear me, I want to find out from you if you know the reason why NDC MPs were absent from the inauguration ceremony.
Well, earlier we had gotten some information that because of everything that happened, they were going to boycott it. Well, we weren't sure if they will actually stick to their guns, but as it turned out, we didn't see many of the members of the National Democratic Congress MPs during the ceremony.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Lord. We'll get back to you. Or Daniel, do you have anything?
No.
So, Lord, thank you very much. We'll get back to you. So, like I was saying, both political parties they must work together for the best of Ghana. Right. I mean, it should start from the basics. They should consider Ghana first. Forget partisanship. Forget I'm a member of MPP, I'm a member of NDC. They need to focus on Ghanaians. They need to focus on the economy. They need to focus on development. Right. That's the essential thing Ghanaians need. And I think we are all watching. Ghanaians are watching. Let's see how they play it out. Mm-hmm. Let's hold the president to ransom, saying he's going to work together with the opposition to ensure a better Ghana.
Right. So, if you just tune in, we're trying to wrap up our extensive coverage from December 2020. We've been building up to this final inauguration, which was always the icing on the cake. We started off on December 7th with the election day coverage, where we brought you coverage from all 16 regions and all 275 constituencies in this country. We proceeded to do 2 days of collation and result declaration by the Electoral Commission on December 9th, and today we are officially wrapping up on the election coverage. I'm sure when the election petition starts, there will be a different conversation on its own. It will be 42 days of intensive coverage because John Mahama has gone to the Supreme Court and he's praying the apex court to order a rerun of the December 2020 elections. We return to Parliament, where we've got Vice Osei Kufuor, is popularly known as Obuo. Okay, I'm told that we don't have him yet, but we'll go to him when we're ready with our correspondent, Lord Sari. We'll try and give you a recap of everything that has happened the last 12 to 15 hours. I've lost track of it. I haven't had sleep since last night. So there was supposed to be a dissolution of the 7th Parliament. What happens is that on the midnight of January 7th, the 4-year mandate of the previous Parliament, which we refer to as the 7th Parliament, will automatically expire. So that was supposed to happen yesterday. 11:59, 12 midnight, they automatically cease to exist as the 7th Parliament. When they automatically cease to exist, okay, I'll come back and do a recap. Let's go back to Parliament, where Lord Sari has joined us. Is in the company of Vice Osei Kufuor. Vice was attempting to run for a member of Parliament, but he was unsuccessful at the primaries. He joined us. He saw what happened. The swearing-in has been done. What are his thoughts? Lord Sari, what's Vice Osei Kufuor telling you? Is he looking forward to a ministerial appointment?
Right, okay, great. Vice Osei Kufuor, thanks for speaking with us. You may not have been in the house yourself, but I'm sure you were really great. How was everything for you?
Throughout the night, I think I went through up to around 4 a.m. Then I dozed off a little bit. Then from about 6 a.m. also, I watched through the proceedings. I think one thing strikes me. I think Ghana, the people of Ghana, they are sending a strong signal to the people of Ghana, and then who have representation in Parliament to work together. And, for me, in spite of all the Lafandu and all the disagreements and petty disputes, the one takeaway that I got is the people of Ghana want MPP and NDC to put their heads together and work together for the greater good.
Okay. Speaking of working together, are you expecting, or would you take an appointment? And which appointment do you think we're looking at?
I mean, I'm not an anointing authority. But of course, I've made my intentions very clear that that I'm interested in national service. I'm interested in public service. That's why I went to contest for the parliamentary seat, which I wasn't successful. It's only God who knows whether in future my steps would be ordered for me to go again on that seat or not. But again, if the president in his own wisdom finds me fit for a certain role in his government, well, I'll serve very, very well because it's something that I'm available and I want to be involved in public service. That's why I contested. So if I'm lucky and my name comes up, I would embrace it and I'll thank God.
But you have been in the industry for a while, and I'm sure you've got good relations with or just at the top, for want of a better word. What have you been picking?
No, I mean, the primary thing for us, and for me in particular, was how do we work hard to ensure that MPP gets their second term. And so if you followed the campaign, I was quite very visible in the campaign for the year 2020, the election 2020. Once that the campaign is over, I think now
we have not been lucky with our internet today, but I think the import of what Vice Osei-Kuffour, popularly known as Obua, was making is almost a repetition of everything we have said here, that the people of this country have clearly indicated their willingness for the two caucuses, or the NDC and the MPP, to work together. Let's return for the final bit of their interview, and when we return, I'll recap everything for you and then we can wrap up. So let's return to Parliament.
What it does is the president and his inner circle, his team, needs to strategize. And based on their strategy, even put some of us at a bigger advantage rather than a disadvantage. So it depends on the strategy that the inner caucus decides to run. Again, there are calls for reduction in the ministers of state that are. Nobody knows whether that call is going to be either or not. There are calls for, even though there's constitutional provisions, then majority of ministerial parliament. I mean, considering the nature of the current parliament, So depends. It all depends on what's in the focus of the party.
Thank you so much, Obo.
Thank you for having me, bro.
Yeah. So I was speaking from Vice Osei-Kuffour, who was trying to enter the House of Legislature, but didn't make it. We're still here at the precincts of the Parliament House of Ghana for the inaugural ceremony of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took place. Behind me is lawyer Philip Addison. I'm trying to get him. What has been happening is Addison. Just one sentence we need to come. Yeah. Okay, sure. All right. So, Addison will not be speaking. I didn't get him.
Lodidu Asare, he's our head of political desk. He's been in Parliament since morning trying to do some work on the swearing in, the inauguration of the 8th Parliament, and then the swearing in of the President and the Vice President. That has been done. So I was doing a recap just for the benefit of those who are not privy to what has transpired the last 12 or so hours. So this process actually started last night. It started last night because the members of Parliament who had been elected were supposed to be in Parliament while the life of the old Parliament, which is the 7th Parliament, expired. The life of the 7th Parliament was expected, or as expected, would expire on the midnight of January 7th. Now, when that is done, the new MPs will be ushered in, or they would be sworn in. But before then, they have to elect a Speaker of Parliament. Now, that process led to a lot of chaos in Parliament last night. In fact, what started all the chaos was that the NDC members of Parliament, when they went to Parliament, went to sit where ordinarily, or in the previous Parliament, the MPP used to sit, which is termed as where the majority will sit. The NDC went to sit there because in their minds and per their explanation, they don't think that there's a majority in Parliament. So there's no clear demarcation where they should sit and where their opponents should sit. So they went to sit on the right-hand side of the Speaker, and the right-hand side is reserved for the majority in Parliament. They went to sit there. The MPP had the names of their members of Parliament written on various seats. The NDC took it off and sat there. The MPP, when they came into the chamber and realized that this had happened, it led to a confrontation. But tensions were calmed, and that was last night before the break of dawn. And so the MPP proceeded to sit on the left-hand side, which is reserved for the minority in Parliament. And they had to elect a Speaker of Parliament. Now, the orders of Parliament suggest that that process must be done via secret balloting. But when it started, the members of the MPP, when they cast their vote, will show it to their whip. And then the MDC hierarchy decided that that was not appropriate and that was going contrary to the orders of Parliament. So it brought about another chaos where they say and insisted that the ballot for the Speaker of Parliament should be done by secret balloting. So after a lot of back and forth, they agreed that it will be done via secret balloting. When that was done, during the collation and the counting of that result, the Member of Parliament for Tema East, Carlos Ahenkra, snatched the papers and the sheets and was running away with it. But he was accosted by Muntaka Mubarak, who is one of the leaders of the NDC in Parliament. And then the counting was done. It emerged that the NDC candidate at the time, lawyer Alban Bagbin, had won the speakership race. He beat his only contender, as Professor Michael Quay, who was the incumbent, to that position. And it was shocking because the NPP, even though they have the same number of parliamentarians as the NDC, had the word and the assurance of the only independent candidate that he was going to vote for them. So per popular logic, you would think that they would have 138. And if every member of the NDC plus the independent candidate had voted for the MPP candidate, that's Professor Michael Quay, then they were going to win the speakership race. That didn't happen. In fact, there was one spot ballot, and you had 138 members voting for Alban Bagbin, who is a candidate of the NDC, which presupposes that there was a member, at least a member of the MPP who voted for the NDC candidate. This is a mystery that the MPP hopes to solve in the coming days. And that confusion led to, if you like, now, and that dragged the process for a long time. Now, the swearing in of the new members of Parliament and the appointment or the election of the new Speaker to bed and then come in the morning at 10 a.m. to swear in the president. But that did not happen until about, 10 a.m. this morning, where all the processes were done, where the speaker was elected, the deputy speakers were elected, and then they took a 2-hour break or suspension and announced that the swearing in of the president was going to be done at 12 noon. Even that didn't happen because the process or the event actually started at 12:30 thereabout. So that's been a recap of what has happened. There are many calling for the punishment for Carlos Ahenkra, who snatched the the sheets and the ballot papers for the Speaker of Parliament election. So we will wait to see whether any punishment will meted out to Carlos Ahenkra. And also, there was the invasion of military personnel in the House of Parliament, something many have described as unprecedented in the history of this country. This is the legislature of our country. These are honorable members, and it has to take the military fully armed to come and separate them, and many have called for an investigation into who even ordered the military to come into the chamber to separate these members of parliament. But that's been the events, the trajectory of events throughout the day. But it appears calm has been restored. The MPP has admitted and has conceded that they have lost the speakership race. The president has been sworn in and he's now assumed office for the next 4 years. So we're wrapping up our coverage. Oyo, what's been your biggest takeaway? How do you feel about all these processes? It looks like we're going to have some sanity, hopefully, after this.
My biggest takeaway throughout this event was Alban Bagbin.
Yeah.
Call me biased, but I felt with his rich experience in Parliament or as a legislature, he's going to perform his duties to the best of his ability. And also the fact that the inauguration was a very peaceful one and very short. It didn't take that long. But the interesting thing is the boycotts by the NDC. I'm yet to find out the actual reason. If we could get to speak to some NDC MPs later on.
The election was rigged, so.
Exactly, but that it still shouldn't, because I felt to an extent, like I said earlier, they had what they wanted, having a proper representative in Parliament. So at least they could have grazed this and go on with their suits or case in court.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's now Oyo Kote. She's my colleague. She's head of our business desk, but she's very versatile. So you can hear her speaking about politics. She's been very fantastic company. But in the days ahead, we will bring you a comprehensive analysis of the events that happened in Parliament today, because we need to get to the bottom of who ordered the military to invade the chamber. We will speak to Carlos Ahenkra and what was happening and what was going through his mind when he decided to snatch the ballot papers. That's an interview we look forward to have. We look forward to having the top hierarchy of the MPP explain why, even though they camped their MPs in a hotel and briefed them, they still had a member, quote unquote, betraying them and voting for the NDC candidate. While you can interpret that as a victory for our democracy, because MPs should be allowed to freely vote for who they believe is the best person to lead the House, it also raises questions about the strength of the MPP in terms of how they are able to communicate what they want to their members of Parliament. Was a broad consultation done in choosing Michael Quay as the candidate for Speaker of Parliament going into this election for the Speaker of Parliament, or just that the top hierarchy of the MPP at the national level decided that this is who we want without consulting the members of Parliament? This is a conversation we need to have. And of course, like Na said, what will be the next move of the NDC going forward beyond the election petition and the protest that they have embarked on? Now that they have their own as a Speaker of Parliament, what would they do and how would they conduct themselves when the parliamentary proceedings resume on January 15th, that is next week, Friday? This is something we need to keep an eye on. But as far as the election coverage is concerned, this has been our comprehensive coverage. We will bring you a special coverage when the election petition starts. And we have demonstrated to you that we can do it, and we will do it. In 42 days, we'll be here every day when they go to court. If it is live on television, we'll bring it to you live on television. And we'll feed all the millions of people who rely on us for information as far as the election petition is concerned. If you must know, John Mahama was not at the swearing in, so was the members of Parliament on the side of the NDC. They were not in Parliament. But we will take the conversation forward and bring you finality and clarity on all the thorny issues. My name is Daniel Odro. I've been doing this with Na Oyo Kote. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being good good company. Thanks to the entire production team. Ajao is here, Pearl is here, Dorcas and her team, Kwame Adom, and everybody who's played a part in our coverage of this 2020 elections and the final swearing in of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his vice, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We'll be back same time with another show and look forward to our election petition coverage. Until then, keep well and bye for now.
where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. I'll start. Honorable members elect, pursuant to Standing Order 8.3, I, Cyril Abner Otininsia, Clerk to Parliament, acting as chairman of the first sitting of Parliament, do invite you to this August sitting today, Thursday, the 7th day of January 2021, at 7 minutes after midnight, for the purpose of electing a speaker and administering the oaths of office. Honorable members elect, I have the sin to inform you that I have received from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission the rate of elections for the December 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections, and I shall proceed to read the communication. Letter dated 23rd December 2020. Addressed to Clerk to Parliament, Parliament House, Accra. Pursuant to Regulation 43 2B of the Public Election Regulations 2020, we submit the names of elected candidates for the 2020 parliamentary election held on 7th December 2020 for your action. Please find attached the names of the elected candidates and their respective constituencies and rate of election for the constituencies. Thank you. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chairman Operations for Chairperson. Honorable members elect, in accordance with Order 8.2 of the Standing Orders, I am satisfied that a quorum is present in this House for the election of the Speaker. Honorable members elect, Clause 1 of Article 95 of the 1992 Constitution requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected. May I also refer you to Standing Order 8.4, which states as follows: no person shall be proposed as Speaker unless that person has given his consent to be nominated. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, and I quote: a member addressing himself to the clerk shall propose such person to the House as its Speaker, and shall move that such person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion must be seconded without debate. I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker. Honorable Haruna, minority.
Mr. Clerk,
thank you very much for the opportunity. In accordance with Article 95 of the 1992 Constitution, and in particular Order 8 of our standing orders, 8.5, I beg to move that the Honorable Alban Bagbin do take the chair of this House as Speaker. I beg to move. As Speaker, the Honorable Alban Bagbin, Mr. Clerk, the Honorable Alban Bagbin was born on September 1957 at Sombo in the Upper West region of Ghana. He currently serves as second Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Fourth Republican Parliament and is the Honorable Member of Parliament for Naduli Kalio constituency. He currently serves as the second Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Fourth Republican Parliament and the seventh Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Seventh Parliament of the Fourth Republic. He served as second Deputy Speaker. Bagbin is popularly called, as we all know him, he's a product of the University of Ghana, Legon, and the Ghana School of Law. He was called to the bar in 1982. Among his academic qualifications include a certificate on organization of public utilities from Isami, Tanzania, an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and an honorary doctorate LLD from the University of Professional Studies, Ghana. He received the Best Performing Minister Award in the year 2012 and the Exclusive Man of Africa 2017 Year Award in Governance. He is a practitioner of high standing, and he ventured into a turbulent field of politics in 1992 on account of his peerless tenure of the Nadoli Kalio seat over the past 27 years. Bagbin is best known in Ghana's parliament as the father of the house. Many of you say, "Father, oh Father," because of his long-standing experience, the 57-year service to the Parliament of Ghana. Now even 28 with January added. He was among the three wise men and is a three-star leader. He served as minority leader and majority leader and second deputy speaker, all between 2001 and 2018. What more could he aspire for than to be the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament? He led the NDC Parliamentary caucus to put in measures and participated immensely with his hard work. He's a very courageous and frank person, principled to a fault, and his passion has always been to champion Ghana's multi-party democracy and to create a congenial environment for the total utilization of Ghana's human and natural resources to the benefit of all. The Honorable Bagbin strives to get the country to achieve total parliamentary independence in order to position the House to play its proper role in the country's current political dispensation. Parliament for him is the fulcrum of multi-party democracy and should therefore be supported and strengthened to hold the executive to account for its stewardship. He's led us in many times to demand oversight and to strengthen our democratic processes. As many of you may recall, the Honorable Bagbin occupied some ministerial portfolios, including the Minister for Water Resources, Works and Housing, Minister for Health. He further held numerous public positions, including Chairman of the Water Sector Reforms Advisory Committee, Vice Chairman Appointments Committee of Parliament from 1997 to the year 2001, Vice Chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee 1994 to 1996, Chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee from 1994 to 1997. A very
proud parliamentary record and service to the Parliament of Ghana. He served as chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Parliamentary Affairs of Parliament 1997 to 2001, from 2013 to 2014. He also proudly served as chair of the Public Accounts of 2004, where he worked to make some savings over the leakages in the public purse. He naturally was chair of the Business Committee of Parliament. He's chaired the Special Budget Committee of Parliament. He's chaired the board of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority from 2009 to 2010, and served as member of the board of directors of the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. He's a founding member of the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, because he believes strongly that graft and economic crime has debilitating effects on our democracy and on our economy. He's also served as member of the African Parliamentary Network Against Corruption from 1997 to 2010. He's been council member, and he's played other respected roles: member African, Caribbean, Pacific, European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly in Brussels from 2013 to 2014, participant National Conference of State Legislators, USA Conference from 2001 to 2010. A decade of it he participated in there. He is now a resource person in parliamentary practice and procedure. So he would not come here with doubt as to what Parliament should be doing. I mean, he is very familiar with our standing orders and our rules of procedure. As chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, he is executive. He held other positions, including participating in other congresses of the National Democratic Congress. The clerk chair, I beg to move that the Honorable Alban Bagbin, I beg to move and nominate him that in accordance with Standing Order 85, the Honorable Alban Bagbin, I have his consent to the nomination duly signed. I beg to move that the Honorable Bagbin do take the chair of this House as Speaker. I beg to move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Any seconder?
Sure. With respect.
Honorable.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you had in your preliminary remarks referred to some communication, the basis upon which we are here. You referred to a communication from the Electoral Commission. I am aware that the jurisdiction of a high court in this country has been invoked in respect of a constitutional provision under Article 94(1). Mr. Chair, as a matter why is it taking us? Mr. Chair, this is alien. This is alien. It's alien. It is alien.
Order.
Mr. Chair, as a matter
I need to at least hear the member.
Mr. Chair, as a matter of preliminary inquiry from my side, I would want to find out from you whether you are on notice of a proceeding or an order from the High Court in respect of an application by Michael Akuma
at the appropriate time.
Mr. Chair, what I am saying, if my indulge me, if they listen to me, whatever they have, Mr. Chair, I believe. I am aware of a process.
I'll indulge. I just wanted to listen to what he's saying.
Mr. Chair, my preliminary inquiry must be addressed. Thereafter, the proceedings can continue. All I am saying is that you have given an indication that you've received a communication, which communication has resulted in even the program outline of the inauguration of the 8th Parliament. I want to find out from you, Mr. Chair, whether or not you have received a court order in respect of a plaint by Michael Ankuma Nina, which order makes reference any person on the list as you provided.
All right.
Specifically. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that Mr. Chair, I believe that a response for the sake of the records is order. I believe that a response from this house, a response from you is important. Because, Mr. Chair, if a public process is set on you, it is important that we are put on notice as to whether or not indeed you have been said, and if you've been said, what steps are you taking in respect of our heard Mr. Chair, I rest my case.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Clark Chairman. Mr. Clark Chairman, I'm surprised that you kept me standing because point of order is part of the rules of this House. And I'm surprised you kept me standing. Mr. Clark Chairman, I want to refer my colleague to the specifically Article 95(3). And your permission, I read, no business shall be transacted in Parliament other than an election to the office of Speaker at any time when the office of Speaker is vacant. And Mr. Clark, Mr. Chairman, I was surprised that you kicked the motion in compliance with this constitutional provision, as you yourself rightly quoted. Another member to be deviating from what is before us, right has been moved, and you know that when a motion is moved, that is what is before the House. And the only thing that could be done is to second. And if someone has a counter, then that counts.
I said you should.
So, Mr. Clark Chairman, in order not to control wasting the time of this House and members,
You right to second the motion.
I rise to second the motion heavily moved by Honorable Haruna Idris.
Osechi Mensah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue raised by Mr. Chairman, the issue raised by the member for Efutu is very germane. Indicated to us that you have received a writ of elections for constituencies from the Electoral Commission. Mr. Chairman, what you did not inform us about is, first, the number of constituencies. It doesn't persons who have been duly elected as members of Parliament. Beyond that, the Chairman, this is not, the Chairman, order. The Chairman, respectfully, this House applies itself to the orders of this House. We are not in the streets. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, the people who will qualify to participate in this voting should be a matter of interest to all of us. It is the reason why, in making the announcement, you related to you have the relevant correct number to transact business. Mr. Chairman, my colleague, who is the deputy leader for the majority caucus, raised a preliminary issue. First, we want to know the eligibility. Of persons herein assembled. Mr. Chairman, the honest inquiry from the honourable member, he wants to know the eligibility and qualification of the members of Parliament elect who will qualify to participate in voting. Mr. Chairman, it is the reason why before the motion was moved by my colleague, the honourable member for Tamale South, who is until recently the minority leader, right? And now struggling to find space for himself, he made an earnest inquiry. Who qualifies to participate in the voting? And he says to you that he's aware that processes have been set. Injuncting, we have gone to court, somebody has gone to court, injuncting one person. And it's not about shouting, it's about applying yourself to due process. It's about yourself to due process. Mr. Chairman, this House has been cited in injuncting one person from participating in the business. Mr. Chairman, we are aware that the process has been set on the House, and it's been said duly on the floor of Parliament. We want to know, as a matter of preliminary observation and statement, and whether it is true. If it is true, it will mean that person cannot participate in the voting, and it will not lie in the mass of people shouting no. It will lie in the bosom of due process, and we have our laws. We apply ourselves to the laws, and if anybody wants to be physical about that, the marshals are here to apply the rule to the letter. So, Mr. Chairman, your duty is to tell us whether indeed due process has been served on this House, injuncting a member of Parliament elect from participating in activities of state. Mr. Speaker, and just so, the member of order, he was not debating, he raised a plenary issue. He first got up, unfortunately, he did not catch your eye, and you allowed my colleague, the Honorable Haruna Abusu, to move the motion. It is still not late. And it's the reason our orders provide that when a motion has been moved, it must be seconded. If it is not seconded, it is not properly before this House. And it is so, it is because of that he rolled up boldly. This time he's recognizing when the motion was not properly before this House, and he raises a point. I just want to reiterate the point that he made for you to tell this House the position of the law. Chairman, I rest my case. Mr. Speaker, Chairman Clerk, this is a country governed by law. And this is a country with institutions given defined mandates and authorities. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Honorable Afenyo Markins make reference to court proceedings. Let me remind him that courts don't determine elected members of Parliament. The sovereign will of the people of Ghana vote. Institutions have their mandate 80. The court have a mandate to adjudicate on matters brought before it. But the election of member of Parliament is vested in Ghanaian citizens. We are aware that James Jache Person of Asim Law was duly elected and Mr. Speaker, as far as we know, no court processes have been served on him personally, as far as we know. That is why
he is here, having registered and having been recognized even by the list of 275 MPs. And the official letter gazetted and remitted to the clerk does include Honorable James Jache Wilson. He is a law-abiding person. He will fight the merits of any matter in court, but he should not be denied subscribing to his oath as elected member. He is not a member of Parliament yet, but he is here to elect a speaker by the provisions of the Constitution. So, Mr. Craig Chairman, no court processes have been served on him, and he went through your registration process, having been notified by the official gazette published by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, the duly elected member of Parliament for Assam North. This is what is best known to us. I heard my colleagues say majority. By the official letter conveyed to you by the Electoral Commission, read it for its purposes. It's 137, 137, and therefore there is no political party with a majority. He is counting on the independent candidate. He has not even taken the OBN for us to know where he wants to belong. If there is any official correspondence on him, share it with us. There is no official communication for him as far as we are concerned by the easy gazette notification. So get me right. I'm saying that in this country, the legislature is clothed with the mandate of legislation. The judiciary as arbiter and adjudicator. They don't elect. The election of members is vested in citizens of Ghana. When you are dissatisfied with the outcome of a resource, you go to the arbiter, the court, to seek justice. That is why we are in court, even with the outcome of the presidential election, because we are questioning the legitimacy of the outcome of an electoral commission chairperson who corrects herself 6 times within a day. So, Mr. Speaker, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? And in a country, the predictability of the judiciary is important for the future of our democracy. We have followed religiously the ruling in Hawaii, the ruling in Techima South, and the ruling in Assam North. Ghana will not be a one-man democracy. Not only the rights of one person and people are respected. I rest my case.
Mr. Chairman, is it not paradoxical that my colleague, the Honorable Haruna Gishu, is saying that the determination of the outcome of the election is not by the courts, and yet ends up by saying that that is why they are in court looking for redress? That certainly can be worked. It can be worked and contorted, reasoning, but we will forgive him for that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Article 116 plus 1, which he quoted, says, no civil or criminal proceedings shall be instituted against a member of Parliament in any court. The member against whom this process has been instituted is not yet a member of Parliament. Yes. That is the distinction. Mr. Chairman, you see, Mr. Chairman, people are not really applying themselves to the basic of the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, so an application has been made to you. It is not
Mr. Chairman. The honorable member for Swami made the point that this House the honorable member for Swami made the point that this House is governed by rules. And the fundamental rule governing this House is the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And it was cited partially by the former minority leader. Mr. Speaker, the inquiry that was raised in the preliminary objection relates to service or process on the clerk of Parliament. The substance of the inquiry. It wasn't a preliminary. Mr. Chairman, the Constitution is very clear that you cannot be served with a process whilst you are attending at Parliament. That is a constitutional rule. Yes, Chairman, for the doubting Thomases amongst us, let me. Mr. Chairman, Article 117 of the Constitution reads as follows: civil or criminal process coming from any court or any place out of Parliament shall not be served on or executed in relation to 1. The Speaker, 2. The Member of Parliament, 3. The Clerk of Parliament, and Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman. So it says that whilst he's on his way to attending at or returning from any proceedings of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you fall within the ambit of Article 117. You fall within the ambit of Article 117 of the Constitution and Order 22 of our standing order, which is taken verbatim from the constitutional provision. Now, the inquiry should be, were you attending at Parliament when you were said? No, it's important. Were you attending at Parliament? Were you performing your duty of Parliament? And if there was service on you, where is the proof of service? Detailing the official bailiff sent by the High Court, that allegedly served you the process. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I am speaking in conditional terms in response to the preliminary objection raised by the honorable member for Efutu. Because that was a preliminary inquiry which was reiterated by the honorable member for Swami. And therefore, I am raising an issue of procedural legality. If that is not properly answered, I think the preliminary objection should be dismissed in limine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. With the greatest respect to my respected colleague and senior at the bar, The submission is being made. It's very misleading. The provision is in respect of a matter of which a member of parliament, a clerk, or a speaker, or an officer of parliament is a party to. This is not it. Read it well. Learned former Deputy Attorney General. It is when you are affected that the court has that you are as a president that you have that temporary relief. And you know that. You know that. As a former Deputy Attorney General, with the greatest respect, I expect not to construe this provision in a manner convenient to you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, the government of my preliminary inquiry was very simple. Can you, Mr. Chair, inform this House for our records as to whether or not you are in receipt of a court process? Simplicity. And I am happy that the Honorable Harry Nebusu, in his submission, re-echoed the fact that we need our institutions to work for the sake of our democracy. He made that point. If we want our institutions to work, then it is important that we as parliamentarians must submit ourselves to due process, must give confidence to the citizenry that no matter how it is, we will respect court orders. Mr. Chair, an inquiry has been made. No amount of any noise, will stop due process from taking effect. We would not allow unnecessary noise. Mr. Chair, if when the learned Attorney General was on his feet, former Deputy Attorney General was on his feet, on this side, respected me, and I respect you. I respect you. You better listen to me in silence. If you have a superior argument, get up, seek the attention of chair, and address this house. Stop this noise. Stop this noise. Mr. Chair, we are raising matters of law and follow due process. You better sit down. Mr. Chair, if all of us go on the path that will help the cause of this matter, perhaps I would get the indulgence of my colleagues to give due regard to Article 105 of the Constitution. Mr. Chair, with your leave, let me perhaps read that aloud and in extension. A person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled so to do commit an offense and shall be liable on conviction to such a penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an act of Parliament. So, Mr. Chair, even if the nation must come from you, this determination, Mr. Chair, must come from you. And that is all. Let us know for the records. Thank you.
We have heard arguments on due process, and to assure you that we are law-abiding citizens. What we do know is that service on a member, and once you are elected, my colleague knows law, is an irrebuttable presumption that he's an elected member of Parliament. until the merits of his case are so determined, he remains the elected representative of the people of Asin North. But for us to appreciate your due process, we should know when service was done, the delegate who came to undertake the service, all that has to be tabled. But for our purposes, the Honorable Judge has not been served any process. He is going through lawful process, having been elected and Parliament having been notified. What I stated is that the courts are only called upon to resolve disputes and conflict relating of member of Parliament. He is duly elected and has not been served any purpose. He went through his registration. His name is listed here. Is listed in the official gazette. So we need the proof of service to begin with. Whilst we will also raise preliminary constitutional issues, because even to say there must be a speaker. As we speak now, there is no speaker in the Republic of Ghana. I thank you. I need to honorable members, my view is that the preliminary objection relates to whether or not this House is properly constituted for the purpose of electing Speaker or Deputy Speakers. Now, today, this afternoon, late afternoon, I received an order of interlocutory injunction from the Cape Coast High Court, which was served on me prior to Parliament on Wednesday, 6th January 2021 at 4:55 p.m. And the order was issued by His Lordship Justice Kwesi Boakye, Justice of the High Court sitting in Cape Coast. The registrar Chief Registrar. Of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the matter of Section 16 of the Representation of People Law 1992, PNDC Law 284 as amended, and the matter of parliamentary elections for the Asin North constituency held on 7 December 2020, and the matter of a petition by Michael Mfa challenging the declaration of Electoral Commission of James Kwesi, aka James Jechi Kwesi, as Member of Parliament elect for the Asin North constituency pursuant to the parliamentary elections held on 7 December.
this application, having come on Monday, 4th day of January 2020, or 4th day of January 2021, before His Lordship Justice Kwesi Boakye, Justice of the High Court, sitting in Cape Coast, and upon reading the affidavit deposed by Michael Ankuma Nimfa, applicant hearing in support thereof, and upon hearing Frank Davis, Esquire, and with him Gary Nimaku, and Frank received counsels for and on behalf of the applicant, hearing together with Abraham Amaliba, Esquire, and with him Edu Yabwa of counsel and on behalf of James Pacing, after James Kechi Pacing, first respondent. It is hereby ordered James Pacing, after James Kechi Pacing, first respondent hearing, is hereby restrained from holding himself out as a member of Parliament elect. Sworn in as a member of Parliament elect, as such, until the final determination of the petition filed against him by the applicant, given under my hand and seal of the High Court at Cape Coast, 6th day of January 2021.
Yeni was on his feet. And he was on his feet, elucidating information. Just tolerate him for 1 minute. Let's hear what information he requires from you in respect of the matter, because this record will be important in court. So here, Dr. Yeni, you say due process. Here, Dr. Yeni, you do not speak before leader of the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hamza is a registrar. Mr. Chairman, when I was on my feet the first time, I raised a fundamental issue of legal procedure, due process of law. And, Mr. Chairman, I am aware that Parliament is a master of its own procedure. However, Parliament is subject to the law. And the law of this land is that a procedurally defective service is legally ineffectual, is null and void and of no effect. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, so I ask a factual question in relation to proof of service. Can you show the proof of service to my leader? And then also, Mr. Clark, I am aware that the registrar of the Cape Coast High Court is one Mr. Hamza. He's not a bailiff. I have dealt with him in my court practice. The registrar is Mr. Hamza. He's not a bailiff. And therefore, if you are not formally said, that service is not and of no effect.
Any law regulations. As far as this House is concerned, you as the chairman has made a determination on this. I will proceed from there. The chairman, I write to propose that Professor do take the chair of this House as the Speaker. Chair, the Right Honorable Professor and was a cocoa merchant. Also to Mrs. Felicia Awusiki Okwe, Nee Azu of Odumase Club, and the third of the 7 children on 4th April 1940. Professor Alban Bagbin was brought up as a Makasi in the Eastern region of Ghana, where
attended the Catholic and Presbyterian business schools before proceeding to Presbyterian School, was O level, and Apam Secondary School was A level. Studied further at the University of Ghana, University of London, and Lincoln London. He owns a BA in Honors, Political Science, LLB Honors, BL, and PhD degrees, respectively. Chairman, Professor Aaron Michael Pay's working life has been a combination of private legal practice, lecturing, active politics, civil society activism, advocacy on the marginalized in society, and pastoral care. Speaker Opey is a barrister in court of England and Wales and a senior member of the Ghana Bar. As an academic, he achieved the singular distinction of winning within 4 years the coveted International Rockefeller Senior Scholar Award and the Senior Fulbright Scholar Award in 1993 and 1996, respectively. The Fulbright Award is considered the highest award in academia. He was a visiting scholar in connection with these awards in London and Virginia, George Mason, United States of America. He was the head of Department of Political Science at the University of Ghana, Legon, from October 1999 to January 2002, and also the Vice President of the Africa Association of Political Science from 1987 to 1999. He has researched and written extensively on good governance, conflicts, political education, decentralization, human rights, military intervention in politics, non-governmental organizations, rural development, parliamentary democracy, and gender. He is a keen advocate of the rights of women, including affirmative action. He is one man who has regularly featured in conferences on gender in this country and abroad. His books and articles have been published in England, Canada, United States of America, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Ghana. His rich experience in African politics has been tapped by many institutions in Ghana and abroad. Professor Michael Quay is an accomplished diplomat, legislator, politician, among others. So, on the diplomatic landscape, he served as Ghana's High Commissioner to India between 2002 and 2004. As a politician and legislator, he served as the Member of Parliament for the Lake constituency 2005 to 2013 January. He was the Minister of Energy 2005-2006, Minister of Communications 2006-2007, and the second Deputy Speaker of the 5th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana between 2009 and 2013. His tenure as Ghana's High Commissioner to India recorded unrivaled achievements, which include the Ghana Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in Information Technology, a showcase in Africa. The Ghana Presidential Palace and Office Complex, structures and concession returns to revamp agriculture, and $102 million facility to Ghana, which had 48% grant elements, 25 years of repayment period, 5 years moratorium, and 0.5% interest rate per annum. He served as Minister of Energy, as I said, and presided over the deregulation exercise, establishing a maximum application of the Tema oil refinery, unprecedented petroleum exploration, and actually negotiated and signed an agreement between Tullow Oil, which led to the first discovery, a recapitalization of the Water River Authority, and the Electricity Company of Ghana. Then tried steps intensified resolve say. He also presided over the amendment of the VRA Act, the commissioning of the West African gas pipeline by President Kufuor, the signing of the Bui Dam Memorandum of Understanding with Sino-Hybrid Corporation of China in September 2005. As Minister of Communication, Ghana and China signed a $30 million agreement for the National Backbone Project. The World Bank gave Ghana a $40 million concession after all the relevant benchmarks have been satisfied in record time. The Ghana Society for the Blind was provided with braille computer system with the help of the government of India. He was in charge of additional steps for the divestiture of Resto and Ghana Telecom. Ghana attained record tele-density and rural telephony targets with Chinese assistance. As a president, he took key interest in legislation and made meticulous endeavor in detecting minute slips. He made brilliant statements and various comments and contributions which were rich in depth. He sat on the Committee on Members Holding Office of Profit, Standing Orders Committee, the Committee on Defense and Interior, Committee on Local Government, and the Committee on Communication. The second Deputy Speaker, his evilness and equanimity pleased both sides of the House whenever he presided. Having risen through the ranks to become the Speaker of Parliament for the 7th Parliament, Professor Alban Bagbin's attracted many distinguished and to Parliament House, including the guest visit of the first ever sitting Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Speaker Nancy Patricia Pelosi, who was also granted audience to address the House. The Prime Minister of Barbados, Excellency Mia Motley, the Speaker of the House of Representatives Nigeria, Right Honorable Femi Baja Biamila, and the Speaker of Uganda, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, who also visited on the Speaker's invitation and gave a very brilliant lecture on affirmative action and women's participation in politics. As a legislator himself, Right Honorable Professor Oku's passion for affirmative action led him to initiate measures to advocate for women and children, inclusion, people with special needs, and gender equality. He has also shown interest in the welfare of the marginalized in society, nations to persons with disabilities, and sought release of a pregnant woman from the Islam female prisons. The Speaker's passion, together with the assistance of leadership of the House, have led to the rapid passing of bills, albeit in a very meticulous fashion. A number of these attracted considerable public interest. The swift pace at which the number of sittings, question time, statements on the floor, and legislations have been heightened under the 7th Parliament led by Professor Okoye is progressively unparalleled. During his tenure, Speaker Okoye presided over 600 plenary sittings and accepted over 3,214 papers, including bills, reports from committees of the House, and ministries, departments, and other agencies, waivers, resolutions, conventions, and loan agreements, among others. Speaker Okoye presided over the review of the standing orders to reflect the needs of the House, and it's unfortunate that the House would not adopt the review standing orders before the House came to the prorogues of the 6th of January. Professor Michael Okoye was also the first to have introduced sign language interpretation in Parliament for very obvious benefits of our disabled brothers and sisters. On the 18th of December 2020, the House passed the first ever private members' bill, and these were under the supervision of Professor Michael Aaron Okwe. Mr. Chairman, Parliament has steadily seen various extension works championed by Professor Okwe under the physical infrastructure enhancement project, which is unprecedented in the annals of Ghana's parliament, notably the 7th Parliament. He has also shown keen interest in building a knowledge hub for Parliament as an institution. The ingenuity of Right Honourable Speaker Okwe has provided members of Parliament and staff to participate in several sub-regional and international learning experiences. That the rich experiences and learning are documented and bound for historical references. It is noteworthy that under the leadership of Professor Aaron Michael Okwe, the following books have been published for the first time: The Rulings of the Speaker, Statements on the Floor, Private Members' Bills in Ghana, a guide, addresses by the Speaker and leaders of this House. Chairman, Professor Michael Okwe employed his diplomatic skills to resolve many conflicts, petitions, and issues brought before him. He would be remembered for resolving international trade issues between Ghana and Nigeria in September 2020, and several ambassadors and international partners have called on Speaker Okwe with regards to pertinent global issues. He is a founding member and a key spokesperson in advocating for Africa's debt cancellation to alleviate the unprecedented socio-economic pressures caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chairman, the Speaker Okwe, through his personal relationship with the Serbian government, acquired scholarship for 10 Ghanaian students. Through him, many in Ghana have successfully completed their educational pursuits as he paid for their tuition fees. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Okwe also took upon himself to acquire invaluable assets for Parliament, including the Marine Drive Tourism Enclave and the Aviation Hub, Abington, which spans 20 acres. Finally, Professor Okwe was elected the head boy of the SEC during the 80th anniversary of the school. An accompanying citation recognizes various contributions to the school and his pedigree attained nationally and internationally in politics, laws, and development. Professor Aaron Michael Okwe is married to Major retired Mrs. Alberta Bagbin, and they are blessed with children. His hobbies include playing soccer, table tennis, reading, writing, and music. Mr. Chairman, it is this person that I commend to all of us, Chairman, that this House, that he takes the chair of this House as Speaker. The Chairman, appropriately, I do so move.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. You cannot speak. You cannot speak. I am out on a point of order. You will not be able to speak here. I am also out on a point of order. The way you rose and read the speaker is the same way I am writing to arrest you. I am writing on a point of order. Mr. Chair, I am writing on a point of order. I am challenging you that the person who gave you the rate that you are the order is the deputy registrar. He stands. He is not against. And we are writing on a point of order. Can you? Mr. Chair. You cannot proceed. You must speak. I hear you. You must speak. Mr. Chair. I want to more than I said earlier. I rise to defend a motion moved by Honorable I want you to lay transparently the service and processes that were served on you on the table with evidence of the belly and 2 hours and time of which is filed before you lay it for our purposes. That is the time of law before we proceed further. We want proof of service late. I'd like to respect it to satisfy myself and to find out from you, Chairman Clerk, whether when you receive service, you actually communicated same to the MP-elect as is required by law. What time you served it? So, lay the proof of service and let us know whether when you receive service, because my colleagues, they are senior lawyers, in the Jerigodi versus Isa 1989, the clerk is not the attorney or lawyer for the MP-elect, and therefore you must establish further whether you serve the MP-elect those processes. So kindly lay it before the table, the proof of service, with evidence of the value who served it. And then whether you have the power you are exercising, the question is whether you are exercising the rule. Mr. Chair, respectfully, the invitation by Honorable is well grounded. The clarifies suffice to state for the records. The MP-elect, for the records, was in court. At the time the order was read, he was in court with his own lawyers, and the records were read. And as a Ghanaian, it is my to inform this House on such facts, so that, Mr. Chair, we all be at peace that perhaps the inauguration on you is even
And please, we who pass through here cannot lead to that. He came here, that's his matter, and this house cannot be part of an illegality. He is not supposed to hold himself out, and therefore, please go out. 135, 136. Go out, please. Go out.
Honorable do you have the consent of the honorable?
Thank you very much.
Do you have your
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Clerk.
The consent of your
Mr. Chairman, please. Mr. Chairman, please. We are all arguing and acting on the assumption that there is a parliament. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, if you read Article 93 of our Constitution, we still don't have a parliament. We still don't have a parliament. Mr. Speaker, we have a gathering of MPs elect and a clerk of parliament with a very, very limited assignment. The assignment of overseeing the election of a speaker. Yeah. Mr. Clerk, the processes, the privileges, the immunities that members of parliament enjoy are the issues that are being debated here. But we are parliament. We are not yet members of parliament. And therefore, your powers in relation to service of processes do not arise yet. They do not arise. And the injunction does not relate to you as a clerk. The injunction relates to a particular person. It is for the bailiffs to find that person and serve that person. I love you. I love you. I love you. It is for the bailiffs to find that person and serve that person. Because he is not yet a member of parliament. He is not yet. And so you have no jurisdiction over him. Assuming, Mr. Clerk, assuming, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Chairman, that seated here, we are even to be presumed to be members of parliament. Your conduct amounts to attempting to serve a member of parliament whilst he is in parliament. Assuming that we are even to be presented as members of parliament. Your conduct amounts to attempting to serve a member of parliament whilst he is in parliament. And the effect of that, Mr. Clerk, is clearly unconstitutional. So the proper thing to do is to allow him to participate in the proceedings and later on deal with the consequences of the matter as is being advocated by the incoming majority leader of this house. So I urge you, Mr. Clerk, Chairman, that you allow the honorable elected MP to participate in the proceedings, and your limited job of allowing us to elect a speaker, let that happen. Afterwards, we then get sworn in by the speaker. We then become members of parliament, and within the context of being members of parliament, service on us can be sent through you. But as it is now, we are not members of parliament. If we have an issue with the court, let the court find us individually and serve us.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Ayine, the former Deputy Attorney General, was the person that made reference to Article 117 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it was Honorable Ayene who introduced Article 117 of the Constitution in this argument. And his argument was that service could be served on a member of Parliament, one. Service could be served on the clerk of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, in this argument that is on the floor of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, on this argument that is on the floor of Parliament, if you listen to the argument just raised by Honorable Ayariga, it is in contravention of Article 117. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, they are asking you as a clerk to this House, when there has not been any speaker or the House being properly constituted, to give them on the matter. Mr. Speaker, proof of service on the matter does not lie in you. It is the court that has that proof of service. Mr. Chairman, you have been served as the clerk to Parliament, and you have brought in your evidence here as your evidence of being served. The onus per our law is not on you to give proof of service. And there is an order of a high court, a court of competent jurisdiction. And the honorable member, during the arguments or debate on the floor, confidently rose to show himself in defiance of the court's ruling that he should not hold himself as an MP-elect. Mr. Chair, and that is in direct contravention of the Constitution and the rules of this House, and is actually contempt of the court. So, Mr. Chairman, I strongly believe that your evidence that you brought here is good enough. The member of Parliament elect who is not supposed to hold himself as such, to bow his head down in shame and walk out of this chamber honorably, because he is in contempt of the court and in contempt of this House. Mr. Chair, I think that your earlier ruling, you have ruled on this matter, and your earlier ruling stands. If they want to come and challenge it, the rules are there. Come by a substantive motion. I rest my case, Mr. Chair.
Don't answer him, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clark, just get on with the voting record. What are we doing here? We're debating and making all the noise in the world. Let's get on with it for Christ's sake, Mr. Clark. You are the clerk. Please take the handle of this matter and let's get on with it. Stop by debate. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Chairman. Hey, I have something to say. How can we let Ayariga's case go? Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Why did kids come from? Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, why? What thing? Go and tell the wife. Honorable members elect, are there any other nominations? I then proceed
Honorable members elect, Article 104(4) of the Constitution provides that where, and I quote, where Parliament is considering a bill to amend the Constitution, or where the voting is in relation to the election or removal of any person under this Constitution, or under voting shall be in secret. There being more than one nomination, I am enjoined under Article 104(4) of the Constitution, as well as Orders 91, 110 of the Standing Orders, to proceed to conduct the election by secret ballot. Honorable members elect shall be called in alphabetical order to proceed to the dispatch box, to be given ballot papers, to record their vote by writing the name of the person or by ticking the name of the person for whom they intend to vote. Honorable members elect, that you can only vote for a person who has been duly nominated and seconded. May I also inform you that this is a secret ballot, and therefore you are required to fold your ballot paper so that the name written on it is not seen by any other person when casting your vote. Thank you. And I invite the ballot boxes and the book to be brought.
Samuel Erickson.
Honorable members, shall we all be seated? Shall we all be seated? seated? Honorable members, shall we please be seated and begin the voting process? Honorable members, this is a clear line we can show your votes. Honorable members, we shall begin the voting process. We are having this secret ballot. We shall mention names by alphabetical order. And the member will come and receive a ballot paper in front here. And then he will proceed to climb up the podium to go and cast his or a vote by ticking the appropriate box. There are two candidates for the election of Speaker. Professor Michael and Mr. Alban Bagbin.
It's too much secret. Of course, they are saying that when they can, they should show it to their colleagues. So it's not more secret. What are you doing?
For the home affairs street, they can do anything.
This one is not fair. It's not fair.
Honorable members, please sit so that we can start the voting. Honorable members elect.
To announce that the members are seen enough to vote.
For Muslim secret ballots.
Abaka Samuel Erickson. Abaka Samuel Erickson. Shama.
Announce that he's voting. The gentleman is voting.
Why you are sitting show why you vote? Why you are sitting show why you vote? Vote and show.
fighting. We have nothing to lose. You have a president to swear in. We like it. Keep wasting your own time. You have a president to swear in. We shall put pepper in your eyes. We shall show you. We shall put pepper. I'm not ashamed. I'm a member of parliament. You don't understand what is. Don't trust your own people. You want to lose our shame. Members of parliament, you don't understand secret ballots. I mean, it will choke you. As for this stealing, it will choke you. This stealing will choke you. You think you can steal this one too? Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, please be seated. We are not voting. We are not voting the process. It is either secret ballot or nothing else. Honorable members, please be seated. Secret ballot or no vote. You
what's happening? I'm just looking. And I was here, we will be doing what we control the chin of Parliament. Now that's a new photocopy in oil, my papa be able to be. Abraham so high, it was with you. Abraham high. But try I want to come out with the other.
I said, yeah, they type. I'm a private. All members-elect, please be seated. All members-elect, kindly be seated. All members-elect. So, honorable members, I just want to draw attention to, please be seated, honorable members. Please be seated. Honorable members, honorable members elect, I want to draw attention to Article 104. It provides that, and I quote, where Parliament is considering a bill to amend the Constitution, or where the voting is in relation to the election or removal of any person under this Constitution or under any other law, voting shall be in secret. I'm therefore enjoined under Article 104 of the Constitution, as well as Orders 9(1) and 110 of the Standing Orders, to proceed to conduct the election by secret ballot. Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, I also want to draw attention to the fact that I have duly notified the honorable member-elect for Asino of the court processes and injunction
And I am aware that Parliament is thereby not responsible for his conduct. I would want to draw attention to Article 105 of the Constitution. A person who sits or votes in Parliament, knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled so to do, commits an offence and shall be liable on conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an act of Parliament. I have duly had consultation with the Honourable Majority Leader and the Honourable Minority Leader on this. Honourable Haruna Ibisu and Honourable Osei Mensa Bonsu. And so the Honourable Member for Asino may elect or choose to cast his vote, but the consequences are entirely his. We shall accordingly proceed by mentioning the names in alphabetical order, and then the voting shall continue.
You don't even trust yourselves. Simple secret ballot you cannot do. 119. MPPTs. If you trust yourselves, fill the ballot and put it in the box. As simple as that. Ballot, no vote. Vote and show. No vote and show. Criminal. Muntaka is not presiding member, it can cut ballot box.
Tracy, sit down. When I talk, I'm secret ballot to secret ballot. Don't trust it. You're messing with that. Yeah, don't trust it. You went to your top of it's enough. Listen, it's you can't get everything 100%. You can't. Madam, what trust you? If you're going to want to that's right. If you're going to want to bet, you want to be a dancer. If you're going to want to bet, you cannot do it. We'll go back. Trust it. That's it. I'm going to go to you. Yeah. We'll go to you. Yeah, focus you on. We'll go to you. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Oh, maybe something about this. Obi Antras, young man, Antras. Mala, members, we shall proceed with the mention of the names in alphabetical order. There are two questions. Where is the first one?
So there will be two ballot collection points, one here, one on the other side. So your name will be mentioned and then you proceed to come for your ballot paper. Thank you.
Shaman, Abdullah Jacob Idris Sabalugu, Abdullah Abanga Binduri, Abdullah Jacob, second one.
cannot win any clean election in Ghana. Even with 40,000 votes, we are also going to lose 500,000 votes.
What is this? Even with 40,000, we lose. MPs cannot win any election in Ghana.
Number 22, proceed to cast your ballot. You can't bring soldiers into this chamber. You can't bring soldiers into this chamber. They have no business here. They have no business here. They will bring them. Soldiers are coming. The soldiers are coming. Anybody who brings soldiers into the chamber of parliament is a declaration of war on parliament. process I'm not getting there. Sit down, please. We'll start all over again. Yes, there will be secret voting. Everybody sit down. We're going to start all over again. Sit down. I'm so blessed. Let's rest it. Yeah, that's right. Sit down, please. We are starting all over again. What can I say? Keep quiet, kindly let's sit down. Please, let's start all over again. It's getting to 4 o'clock, for heaven's sake. Only a class of the academy. Sit down. Say, one up in you. One or two that will continue. So, what will you do? Well, I mean, I thought you were listening. Is it agreed? Mutaka, sit down. Honorable members, shall we all be seated? Honorable members, elect. Mutaka, sit down. Honorable members, I have had a meeting with leaders of the caucuses, and we have come to some understandings about how to proceed with decorum. What has happened is unfortunate, and I urge all members to desist from any such further acts.
we will proceed with the voting. We have already announced that this is a secret ballot process, and so members should ensure the secrecy of the ballot. We will restart the whole process again. So we have placed before you a new ballot box, and we'll start by mentioning the names, as we said earlier, in alphabetical order. Thank you.
Apaka Samuel Erickson. Shaman. Abdullah Jacob Idris Sabelugu. Abdullah Abanga Binduri.
Clerk, ensure the secret voting. Chairman Clerk, we need to protect the sanctity of the secrecy of the ballot in accordance with Article 104.4 of the Constitution. Voting should be secret, and all of us must ensure decorum, but we must proceed by voting in secrecy.
Salam Adams. Abdul Salam Adams. Samuel Okujeto. Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji Pedro Nyampong. Abudullah Zubeira. Zubeira, Wale Wale. Achiampong Brian. Achiampong Brian. Achiampong Brian. Achiampong Charles. Achiampong Charles. Order. Achiapon Richard.
Sit down. Muntaka, sit down. Sit down. Please mention the names, please. Please mention the names.
Alexander Kwesi. Adam Hamza Kumbungu. Adam Mohammed Amin Karaga. Williams Kofi Idi Buem. Adi Teddy Safori Ayeswano. Adoya Frempong. Manso Edubia. Adam Frederick Obeng Upper West Akin. Adam Frederick Obeng Akin. Adomako Mensa Alex, Seche Afam Plains. Adomako Mensa Collins, Efija Kwabre North. Adongo Isaac, Bogatanga Central. Edu Johnson Kweku, Ahafano Southwest. Edu Chumya Osei Bosonche. Afena Marking Alexander Kwamina Efutu. Afro Eric, Amenfi West. Africa Mensa Apesi Owusu, Amasaman. Africa Mensa Apesi Owusu, Amasaman. You, if you just say as sorry. Every year, Nana, you, if you just say as sorry. free Peku, Century also. Agaga James, Bosa North. Over. Agave Charles, Agotim Eziope. Agboja Kwame Governors, Adakulu. Agbotui Gisela Tetem, Awusu Senya West. Japan Ken Ohene, Asen Central. Ejari Alexander Kede. Ejari Alexander Kede. Ejai Kwesi Boateng, New Draven North. Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo, Nkwanza South. Ajimamenu Kweku, Doma Central. Ajuman Wallen Zaneto, Lotte Koli. Ejenem Boateng Kweku, Bekum West. Ahenkra Kingsley, Carlos, Tema West. Ahenkra Frederick Yao, Jama North. Ahi Samson, Bodi. And here for Bernard, Akachi South. Edu William Oreku, Efijapa Bear South. Akanda Padnamenta Raboso. Akan very valid Alamisi Tempane. Akwete Joseph Tete Punkasa Manso. Akwete Joseph Tete Punkasa Manso. Achia Samuel Ata, Abuakwa South. Alauzuga Albert Akuka Garu. Al-Hassan Bashir F. Husseini. Al-Hassan Lydia Seyram. I also West Wagon. Alawute Angela Oforiwa, Afajato South. Amankwa Nicholas, Amenfi East. Amankwa Meni Kofi. Ekima Kwawoma. Amewu John Peter Hohoy. Ameya Kwesi Sunyani East. Ekwapem South. Noah Stephen so I'm a quite happy at Tiwa West. I'm Pem Thomas Nyako, Esio Jaman. I'm Professor Chimesi Kwame, Sene West. Ashre Emmanuel Eje, Echema Nwabieja South. Any Moses Trouble. Another Press Frank and Sawam Aduaje. Another Press Frank and Sawam Aduaje. Eugene Boachi Subing. And you may do Enki Kwame at Santia James Central. Apart Clement Abaza South. J. Patricia Asokwa. Apia could be Andy Kwame, Asante Achem North. Ama Prince Hamidu, Pesimentim. Asama Vincent upon Doma West. Asante Kwajok Suhum. Asante Boateng Kweku, Asante Achem South. Asenso Boachi Francis Pantama. Esiama Andrew Amwako Fomina. Esiama Isaac Kwame Echema Emponwa. Esiama Kabna Amankwa Fantia North. Esiama Eje Nana Madokua Ekrapem North. Asafua Vincent Eko Old Tafo. Atamel Samuel, Commander Edina Eguafo Abrim. Atamel Samuel, Commander Edina Eguafo Abrim. Abeji James Kluche, Ketu North. Abocatletus Apo Zebila. Ewa Ignatius Bafos Nyani West. Awuni Teresa Ladi, Okaipe North. Ayaba Musa Abdul Aziz Mion. Ayamba Ladi Ayi Kusiga. Ayariga Mahama, Boku Central. Ayine Dominic, Akwetenga, Bolgatanga East. Ablego Bandim, Bunkumbu. Murphy Michael Ochi, New Japan South. Baba Benson Tongo Talensi. Bacha Yavia Baligi Lambusi. Brother Patrick Esutiven North. Battle of Sheila, Ablekuma North. Basua Philip, Kumewu. Bawa Edward, Abambe Bongo. Dajra Emmanuel Kwesi Ho West. Benam John Jaba Zabzugu. Bettino Joseph Swaman. Blanks and Alex Akrofom. Buachi Henry Yadom Epetia. Buachi Yadom Patrick Obuasi East. Buamaya Patrick, Okakwe Central. Buating a Presidako, Bosome Freho. Boateng Amakoma Dwabeng. Boateng Joseph Apia, Afram Plain South. Bobie Evans Opoku, Asonafo North. Boche Daniel Okre. Brahima Mohammed Bawa, Ejura Seche Dumasi. Bua Emmanuel Amakofi Elembele. Bukari Joseph Epe Saboba. Shenia Amidu Isahaku, Sesala East. Samson Tangombu, Navrongo Central. Chiwite Andrew Dari, Sola Tuna Kalba. So Abeku Ekunfi. Kujogansa Comfort Doyo, Adan. Kujo Joseph.